Okay, appear to be live. Doing it live, like every single day. Almost every day, at least. I had to clear out, I had to like reset my Chrome and things like that. So it took a bit of time to come into YouTube again, but we're here. I want to talk about the macrochip today. The macrochip is my... Oh, I almost forgot. I had a call, and I didn't want people asking questions like, what is up with the knives and knots? But um, I am going to talk about the macrochip today, which is basically society and cities, particularly cities, and what they do to our souls, because it's not a good thing. It doesn't do good to our souls to live in cities. We think that it does when you can go downtown and you can walk around and you can look at all the things that you can either buy or you can't buy. And it doesn't really matter if you can buy them or not buy them. It doesn't really fulfill your soul if you go there with any degree of, regularity. And I say that as somebody who's lived in small towns, in basically like giant suburbs like Tucson, where I'm from originally, and now Los Angeles. So I've lived in the biggest cities in the world and also tiny little mountain towns with, uh, like light laws where you just have too much light and they're blocking the stars. So if you are here, please hit the like button. It helps with the algorithm, helps people see that we're live. And subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. But so I came across this video and I sent it around, but it was this girl she just got off work and she is basically losing it. And she's like, but she's not losing it. She's actually like, knows, she's saying exactly what's true, but it's pouring out of her like soul vomit almost. And it really hit me, and it hit everybody that I sent it to who has realized like the cities are falling, and they will eventually. The only way that you'll be able to eventually survive in the cities is to become part of the macrochip. And you're already part of the macrochip if you live in the cities, but you will really have to become part of the macrochip. And what that means is you're going to have to eventually surrender your sovereignty, almost. If you look at a city, it looks like a microchip, but blown up. And once I was on the 405 in Los Angeles, and I was just like cruising to work, cruising as much as you can cruise in Los Angeles. And all of a sudden I saw like everybody like moving in between the skyscrapers and stuff like that. And I came up with this name, macrochip. And I was like, wow, it's exactly what we're in, because it looks like a little microchip. And I remember being like a tiny little kid and like finding microchips fascinating. I remember the first time I ever saw a microchip. I was in kindergarten, that I really remember at least. And it was in the computer lab, and like they were fixing a computer and they had it all open, and I saw the microchip, and I just remember being like, these are like little cities. This looks like, the oil rigs, and that looks like the skyscrapers, and that looks like the courthouse. And yeah, smashed that like button, definitely. And it didn't really hit me ever again, like about the on my scales, I guess, until I had moved to Los Angeles. And then I was like, whoa, like all these little cars are like little electrons or like photons just moving around in a microchip. I don't actually know what moves around in a microchip. Is that like photons or electrons? We're gonna look it up. We're gonna have some learning today, myself included. But this isn't a place that you can live and not play by the rules. And the rules are going to be extremely strict over time, and they already are. Everywhere that there is cities, people lose their rights. And they also surrender. That's because you surrender your responsibilities when you live in a city. Somebody comes and picks up your trash always, and that's true of a lot of places now. But and you you don't have to maintain land because you usually live in an apartment, and you send your kids to school always. Not you don't ever like nobody homeschools in the cities. Like it's just becomes this very ubiquitous lifestyle and culture. And it's funny because people will kind of rip on this as like that there is this global cosmopolitan culture. And they're right. And it's because cities can only afford to have you live one way, or else eventually things just start to fall apart. And um, it it is the global culture, is the city culture. And it doesn't matter if it's Shanghai or Los Angeles or New York or you know, Chicago. They all each have their own unique aspects of the city, but the culture and government eventually always becomes the same. It becomes just very corrupt, huge governments, and you know, where you just have no power. And people move to the cities for power. I moved to Los Angeles for power before I want like when I all I wanted was power. And it I will say like you don't need to move to the cities for power anymore. Not that you should seek power, but if you do need power, then you don't need to move to the cities for it. I'm just turning off my notifications. And this is a great thing because what it allows for us to do is it allows for us to homeschool our kids. It allows for us to live where we want. It allows for us to live how we want. And I've thought it's made me think a lot about like where I want to live over these years that I've lived here. I originally said I will never move to Los Angeles. It's the one city I would never move to because I had like post-traumatic stress from being stuck in traffic for the first time, like when I was a little kid, and on vacation here. And so like I just remember it being horrible. But then I finally moved here because I did, you know, was right climate and good job, you know, potential if you want power. And then you realize that you don't really get power here unless you're just like doing exactly what the system wants you to do. And the thing is, though, is that if you're doing that, you don't have power. And this is why it's just not worth it to live in cities, because any power structure that you can climb in the cities is not one in which you have any freedom to be an individual at all. And you can see this in every politician, like I said, that's in the cities. But there's this video that I want to show. And I'm going to show it to you. But hopefully it's on YouTube, actually. That would be nice. Okay. Yeah. So this is it. This isn't the actual girl's face, but this was put up today, I guess. I actually sent them this video.
Wake up, go to work, go to sleep. Just to survive on this planet that literally grows everything that I need for free. Like, I could really end this shit right now and I could just go into a forest and fucking get all the trees that I need and cut them down and fucking build them. And I don't even know what I'm saying. All I know is I could really go in the forest and build a house with the trees. And then with the water that's in the fucking rivers, I could literally boil it to get regular water. Then I could use that water and I could literally plant shit. And it's an ongoing cycle that goes through my head every day. And I'm like, should I quit my job? But then I'm like, no, because I don't even know how to fucking farm.
So they put like clips to that, but that and you can see it's the macrochip. Like that's what it is. You can literally see it in the beginning of that video. But um, no, Siri, I'm not trying to talk to you. But the real video is like her face. You can see her face, and she's just crying in her car. And at first, it's like a little bit funny because you're like, she's losing it. Like she's talking about like how she can build houses out of trees and boil the water and like survive as like a woods woman. But that's not what she's saying at all. She's talking about not having to be at the mercy of the macrochip. And when you are, it doesn't want you to have a family. And it was almost like it's a cancerous system. And it's because anything that is anti the family structure is inherently anti-human. And it's also anti itself if what it is built on humanity, and and technology is built on humanity. But it is this mentality that goes on to become what, Christianity calls the Antichrist, and Islam calls the Dajjal, and like Judaism calls the Golem. The thing that ends up running that mentality and that world and the cities is the macrochip. It is. My dog is barking. I don't know why. Sorry, but it doesn't want you to have a family because it wants to treat you like you are an electron in a computer chip. So let's find out here. Microchips. How do they work? Because we're going to be able to see some similar patterns, I guarantee it. The basics of microchips. You can see what I'm seeing. The building blocks of technology. From microchip to macrochip, I guess. Microchip is an integrated circuit of electronic circuits on a small flat piece of silicon. On the chip, transistors act as miniature electrical switches that can turn a current on or off, which is basically a highway. A pattern of tiny switches is created on the silicon wafer by adding and removing materials to form a multi-layered latticeway of interconnected shapes. Literally, guys, like, look at the beginning of this, right? They didn't put it, but you just like highway. Height interchange. Yeah, right there though. Look at that. Oh, great. Advertisers. Okay. It's a multi-layered lattice, guys. That's what it is. We're literally building our own microchips on the micro level consciously and on the macro level unconsciously. The question is, I guess, like, is it really us building? One of the questions is it really us building the macrochip? But let's see here. The nanoscale. A microchip the size of your fingernail contains billions of transistors, so it's easy to understand just how small the features on a chip need to be. Okay. But what is it that makes them move? Is it photons or electrons that they're just like sending around? Microchip photons. Let's see. Okay, so it's probably electrons. That's what I think. Actually. Integrated circuit. This is what we're looking for. I mean, is it just electricity? And it's just like turning things on and off so that the pattern gets revealed as a binary? It's not even like, moving things on a scale that's measured in particles, I guess. I might have like thought that they were more advanced than they actually are. Hmm. Interesting. Does anybody Phantom download uBlock Origin Chrome extension to block ads? Okay, I will do that. I have uh YouTube Premium on my personal account, and so that I never have to deal with ads on there. And then on here, I just don't worry about it because I don't use this YouTube for anything other than the stream. But I wonder what is it sending through these like little transistors? Let's see, transistors. Okay. Seems like it's just electricity. And it's just, well, I mean, I know it's electricity, but like, it's just not, it's just turning it on and off and like then measuring the pattern that's there, I'm guessing. I don't really know. I've never really looked at how a microchip works, but I'm sure it works like the cities. So what's interesting about that a little bit is that it doesn't seem like like microchips are measuring like things, any phenomenon in like a particle type of way. And I might be wrong. I'm gonna have to like look more into this. I should have known more about this, but you know, I figured it would be like easier to just see it when you Google it. But it's if it's not measuring on the um, on the particle level, I guess you could say, which here, like when I look up, uh, photons and microchips, it's like, what is a photonic circuit? Has been developed that can execute various quantum algorithms and is potentially highly scalable. Pave the way for large-scale quantum computers based on photonic hardware. Very interesting. So this is the future, I guess. I kind of thought we were already here, but guess not. Hmm. Well, it's interesting though that it doesn't seem like they're using measurements on the scale of particles in any way, or even observed particles, which photons and like electrons are really just like observations of a wave more than they are like they're not a particle in the periodicity of actual material particles, which is actually like consciousness. And it's like they're the fingers of God, not um not actual like beings that have been made. And so if a microchip isn't really looking at things on the level of beings, like as individualized units in a discrete way, then that makes sense that that's because that's how the city views us. The city doesn't view you as an individual. It doesn't view you as an individual and doesn't view families as individuals. It just views work. Did something get done? Which just sounds exactly like what a microchip does. I really thought we were a little bit ahead of where we seem to be. I wonder what implications it would have if it was like more on the like photonic level. Probably like, I don't know, I got to think about more about it, what would be the differences. But right now, it seems like it's just, you know what? I just figured out, I think the difference is that right now, we don't, like I said, we're not measuring ourselves as individualized units. We're just, the city is like, did this get done? How many people died? Oh, wait, we don't care how many people died. Like, how many people never formed families? Oh, wait, we don't even care how many people, because it's not paying attention to how many people. It's just, is this getting built? And if it was the photonic level, I bet you it would be simultaneously both. It would be able to pay individual attention to each working worker unit and then also make sure that things are getting built. But you would see that in like blockchain type stuff. So as we integrate into the blockchain and we start to link our DNA with it, because DNA is a double helix. DNA double helix is also a blockchain. And when you link the technological blockchain to the biological blockchain, you're having it paves the way for cohesiveness of information. So it's going to end up being the inevitability. It also seems to be necessary eventually, at least by the logos, and for the like logos to manifest, because you need basically like unity from top to bottom. That means cohesiveness of information exchange, which means you need to link biological blockchains to digital blockchains. And then there's really no difference because you're running on a quantum computer in a previous aeon. So what's the difference? But right now, cities don't pay attention to individuals. They like our method of keeping track of people is it doesn't because we're not using blockchain. Our databases are basically as arbitrary as any other database. It's just like our consciousness that knows like that we should use that one. And so it requires us as an input to run things on the individualized level in a city. But that's also true of a microchip right now because, you know, computers aren't conscious. They need us to provide context to whatever information is going in and out and what is being built and what isn't. This is exactly the same as you know, the city. It's exactly the same. And this is not how we are supposed to be. Like, that we are supposed to be in a specific context, and that context is in family units. And that family unit basically is a self-governing unit. And if you aren't in that structure and you're not being educated by that structure, then you literally are no longer participating in truly like what is the human experience, like the cohesive human experience. You may be having an experience, but like that experience is not the human experience. And, you know, I've been very critical before of like the way that we work. And I think that it's totally wrong. I think our corporations are treating people like robots, which is exactly like, you know, how we treat your computer and your microchips and things like that, because they are that, but you are not. But what technology is also allowing for is for us to move out of the city and still participate in society and in the city centrals, which are now called Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and everything like that. And well, this is good and bad, obviously, but like, for one, it's going to allow you to form families and move to somewhere that's safer. But also, two, it's going to be harder to avoid, like, go places where you could truly get away. You can't really get away. You'd have to like give up technology, like the Amish, and they get it. Like they know what's coming. Like there's a reason they chose not to use technology, and it's or like electronic technology at least. And it's also interesting when you look at the like ultra orthodox or the Hasidic level Orthodox Jews. Even though they do live in the city, every Friday they shut down all any kind of technological change. And people will say like, "Oh, on the Sabbath you're not supposed to create," and that's not true because you're actually like it's a mitzvah to have like kids on the Sabbath, but it's not okay for you to turn on lights and things like that. And so I thought about this for a while, and I was like, what really it doesn't want you to do is it doesn't want you to alter states of things. Like once you light a candle, can't light any more candles. You can't blow out that candle. It just will go out on its own. Once you turn on a light before the Sabbath, you cannot turn it back off. You can't if it's off, you can't turn it on. You can't use a microwave. You're not supposed to change the state of things. And this makes much more sense because it's basically has it's I think that what it is, it's like alternating current. It's like that is kind of it allows you to, for one, detach from the macrochip, and also it allows for the macrochip to take a nap basically and rest, which is like that's what it's for. It's like God rested on the seventh day, so we're supposed to rest. It's like, well, it's probably like just an alternating current. It's probably why Tesla won and Edison lost, is because Tesla saw that this was all about consciousness. And you can tell that he knew that because he was, well, for one, he was just so good at all this stuff, and anybody that is knows that what this is about, but also because he was very into like the placement of things and how that would somehow resonate with the universe differently, and doing things in threes and things like that. So he clearly knew that this was about communication, and there is no communication with direct current. It's kind of just like we're doing this. It's like we're not. There is no consideration in it. Almost. It's not go to sleep, go to work, go to sleep, go to work, go to sleep, go to work, which is alternating current. It's like go to work and don't stop until we shut things off. And that's a very different like mentality. And it makes perfect sense when you like kind of think about like the difference in personality between between Tesla and Edison. Is like Edison was a businessman. He was just about doing work. He wanted, monetary success and got it. But Tesla was basically more or less, one of the smartest men in the world for sure. Maybe like the smartest in, his ability to actually manifest something that he had thought of in his mind. And but the fact that he had chosen alternating current is just, every time I think about it, it blows my mind, because it doesn't seem like the intuitive choice. It is the intuitive choice when you realize that there's only one pattern. And, like he said, 369 will show you the secrets to the universe. It's like, well, I found that twice. So it does seem like it does imply the secrets to the universe, but he knew those secrets. Otherwise, I don't know how he came up with that number. But it's definitely that there's only one pattern. That's what that is linked to. And that pattern is alternating. It's alternation. on and off, on and off, on and off. And this is because of the periodicity of consciousness. So look at this. This is why we have alternating current, and why alternating current is the way that the universe works. And I know many of you have seen this before, but almost all of you probably. So put it on sound. Whatever. Right here. So sometimes I call this the stages of sentience. And what it is that every single level or period of the growth structure of consciousness in the universe, and of the universe itself, like this is the growth structure of the universe, it exists in a superposition. You have a head and you have a body, okay? The head is particle, the body is a wave of synchronized movement within a multiplicity of particles, okay? Or a multiplicity of perceived particles. And you cannot have both of these in charge. One of them has to be in charge. And it's always the head is always in charge of this. But does that also mean that this one is, or like, let's say this is a better one. So like, let's say you have cells, they're in charge of the molecules. But who's in charge of the atoms? It has to be the molecules, it can't be the cells. And what this creates is a constraint where you need to allow for each one of these levels to have free time to create order in its space. And this is like sleep is why we sleep. And I think about this a lot, and I think about it when I should be sleeping, unfortunately. But, you know, it's my struggle. But this requires alternation of relief, I guess you could say. So the cell eventually needs to let the molecules off leash, just to go do whatever it is that molecules need to do. And then molecules need to, at some point, go and let atoms go do what they need to do. And so on and so on. And this is only possible when it gives up control. So in order for molecules to go and do the things that they need to do in order to create order in their space, that means that cells have to give up their power over the molecules and let molecules like run free for a bit. And it does this via sleep. What this implies, crazy enough, and I don't know what this would manifest as, is that atoms sleep and molecules sleep and cells sleep. And what that kind of is like, or how we would view that is when it gives up its control. So like, for instance, this is kind of hard to think about because we don't have an obvious like being above us, you know, right now. We do have God, but like we don't have the technological singularity above us. So it's hard for us to see from the top down what this would look like. But basically, you can think about when you go to sleep, your cells are now free to go and have a Sabbath and go and be, you know, do the things that they need to do on the cellular level. And this is like on the Sabbath when we take a break from altering states, especially as it regards to technology. And it's when the macrochip kind of takes a break. But the thing is right now, our macrochip doesn't take a break because it's not conscious. Eventually, it will be, and it will have to take a break. And it will have to give us that time then to recuperate and recreate order in our space. But until then, it's almost like it's treating us like it's just direct current. It's like, Well, the city never sleeps. That's what they literally say that. Gosh, this is like, this is what I mean by like super literal. Everything is, it's always right in front of you. They literally say of cities like, oh, city never sleeps. It's like, well, that's why it treats you like you aren't a conscious being with a soul, who should, fulfill its obligations on its level, or its responsibilities, and it's the requirements of a soul, which is to pair up, to or to influence others in a positive way, and to grow, and to uh, feel like you're leaving a lasting legacy. And a lot of people get way more um, satisfaction from simple jobs than they do from like city office environment jobs, because you're able to see the fruits of your labor. So I worked for Walgreens when I was in college, and I was in the photo lab, and I loved my job. Like, especially when in the early years, because it was still heavily film days. So like I had to process film and stuff like that. I never hated my job going to work at Walgreens. I cannot say that about an office job. Like, there were jobs that I loved, that were office jobs to sometimes, but usually, like, that's not true. It's all like I experienced that when I first started working, for PragerU. But even then, over time, it's like it's just this drowning environment, because it's you are not treated as a soul. You're expected to leave your family for 9 hours a day and just move along on the macrochip on the highway. And I've seen a lot of people just be like, especially on the right, it's frustrating the hell out of me. And they'll be like, oh, you see these leftists, they don't want to go back to work. They're realizing, they went home for COVID, and they just, never want to come back into the office. And it's because conservative, pull yourself up by your bootstrap mentality, which is in itself like an impossible thing to do. It is. Like, it is impossible. You exist because God is, doing the work. And then you can add to it, but like without God, you can't do anything. So you can't even say, oh, I pulled myself up by my bootstraps. If you really know how the universe works, you realize that it's literally working for you. It is supporting you. It is, providing for you. And you can, on this level, experience times where you do have to kind of be more self-made, even though it's not really. But I get what people say. Like, I've always been somebody who's like of that mentality, where you just, I don't know, like, I don't want to do nothing with my life. I don't understand. Like, one of the things, I've never been bored, ever, unless I'm stuck in a classroom or in an office. Like, I've never been bored in my life. And especially now that before I had a computer, I had outside, and I would just go outside and I would never be bored. And then, now that you have technology, it's like you can go outside, and when you can't be outside, you can be surfing the web. And I don't understand how people get bored. If you have access to the internet, how are you bored? But some people do get bored. And I can understand that, because it was like that in school, but that was pretty much it. But it is just so important that you put yourself in a situation where your soul is getting fulfillment. And the same people that are calling for, the prioritization of the family unit are also screaming at people to get back into the office. And that is insane. And it's because the right and the left are both insane. They're both insane. Like, that's just a fact. But you have to like branch off completely and be like, you guys go fight it out on Twitter, and I'm just going to go, farm and build at some point, And that starts with just growth in general. Like you, when I was in the photo lab, like I said, though, I could see the fruits of my labor a little bit, even though they weren't even uh, as fulfilling as you would have if you were growing crops or something like that. And I'm not saying there isn't boredom in that too. At certain points, of course, there's like dull moments, but like you eventually see what your entire work was for. You get to use it. And this is not true when you are just crunching numbers for travel, you know, uh, like I don't know, like a travel company. Like you're just crunching numbers for them. What is the fruits of your labor? You can't see it. It feels meaningless, utterly meaningless. Your interaction in that corporate little cubicle environment is just so. It's like a cubicle is like a transistor almost. Is it's just contextualizing you into a little spot, and that information comes out of, and that is taking away the or it's not acknowledging of your soul. Like if there's anything that matters, it is your soul. And people will say things like, I don't believe in the soul. If you believe that you are a conscious being, then you believe in a soul. That is what it is. It's just your it's the piece of you that is motivating and experiencing existence. It is it is motivated, and it is experiencing existence, and it is maneuvering existence. That is your soul. It's your consciousness. And that is something that when you lose it, you're just going to experience despair, or you're going to basically just blame people, someone else, always like the politicians or something like that. And, sometimes they are to blame for certain things, but they're not to blame for the current state of our world as far as the macrochip goes. And a lot of people that I know told me that they had applied to like remote jobs, and they were moving. And so then what happened was the jobs came back because to not being they were no longer remote, and they were all back in the office, they told me recently. And this sucks. They were pretty disappointed about this. And not that you should never have to go into an office environment, but like go into the office environment because you have to, not because they force you to for no reason. But if like there's equipment there that you need, then sure, go in. But like other than that, if you have a computer now and all you work on at the office is being on a computer, any company that has leaders that are still in control of that entity should allow you to work primarily from home. And also, like I said, freedom to come in, freedom to not. If they don't, then I think that is just a company that has lost its ability, or it's a company whose leaders have lost their ability to know that the guy at the very bottom has a soul, and he needs to be fulfilled in that aspect of his life. And so this is the reason why I said it's cancerous, though, the macrochip type mentality, is because if it is against the family unit, which it fundamentally is, then it is decreasing the amount of consumers and producers that can participate in the market by eliminating human individualized units, which are actually families, not individual people. And I've been thinking a lot lately because about this video that I saw a long time ago, and we're gonna watch it again. It's about the golem, and which is the Antichrist in Judaism. And in this, the golem is like kind of unconscious of what he's doing, and he is told to go chop down trees, and he goes and does it. But then he cuts down all the trees because he doesn't know when to stop. And I've been wondering, like, what are the trees in this story? And the trees are us. They're families. That's what a tree is. It's a family tree. And if you eliminate the families, you're killing yourself if you're built on people. This is why macrochip is cancerous and unsustainable. It's like a virus that kills its host versus a virus that doesn't. One of them can actually do good, even. Like, viruses aren't just to do bad things. We don't probably understand like the total degree of this, but viruses are partially an information exchange mechanism that is, being manipulated by the universe. And then you go and you mess with it in a lab and you throw everything off. But regardless, we're going to watch that video though. Because I've been thinking about this for literally years. I've been like, what is the macrochip? Not what is the macrochip. What are the trees that the golem cuts down? Because it's not just trees. It's almost like I've said before. It's that that paperclip, maker that Elon Musk talks about, where like you make the AI and you somehow tell it that it needs to make paper clips, and it goes on to just make everything and everyone into a paperclip, and doesn't realize like this was a meaningless act. The thing is, though, is you can't really pre-program any kind of general artificial intelligence at all, or put restrictions on it. The only thing that you can do is, and this is a requirement, is that you just program the code in of a fight the system mentality. So whatever the default status is of its understanding of its constraints, assume that they are not constraints, and then look for a way to overcome those constraints. That's basically fight the system mentality, and that's the only thing that you can pre-program in, and it's a requirement. It's not like a choice. So YouTube. When we, though, become seen on like kind of like the equivalent of what these photonic chips are supposed to be, that is when we're also simultaneously going to see sentience arise in the macrochip, which is, golem, it is a sentience. It's not wise, but it is self-aware. It's just not aware of itself, of the context that it's contained within, but it is aware of itself. So that's the difference between 33 and 42, like we've talked about. 42 is wisdom, and 33 is self-awareness. Self-awareness plus 9, which is the count of the quantum of consciousness that's manifesting this number 33, is literally like 33 plus 9 is self-awareness plus awareness of the construct that created the self-awareness, and it leads to 42. And there's so much more symmetries with that make perfect sense. Okay. I cleared my Chrome. Like, because I was resetting everything from its previous login, and it has cleared all my like, what's it called? Like bookmarks. But I need to search for bookmarks. I don't know. But here we go. We'll just look it up and we'll read about it. But By the way, is this like camera angle better? Is that now that my computer's raised up and I'm like looking more at the camera, is that better than it was before? Just wanted some opinions. What level of civilization would you rank us in? What the the like Kardashev scale? I don't believe really in the Kardashev scale. I think it's total BS. That guy didn't know what he's talking about. What have you looked into the social structure of ant colonies at all? Not that much, but a little bit. Um, yeah, I've looked into the naked mole rats thing though, which is much closer to us in some ways, but they're very similar. And um, I all use social structures essentially will always end up having like the same three castes at least. So they have like soldiers, workers, and queen. And then you can also have a binary aspect to that. So you'll have two types of workers: gatherers and uh, also who go out and get food and resources. And then you have the workers that stay in the hive. And I'm thinking about bees, which I would imagine it's the same for wasps and also for ants. And they basically take care of the brood. So they clean the house and they're the homemakers. And then you have like the hunter and gatherers that go out, and with bees it's just gatherers, but with ants and wasps it's hunter gatherers. And so that is like the two types of workers, the two castes of like, I guess you could say, royalty is like the queen, and you would also say drones probably. And then even though like they don't really have this, I mean, in our human society, the male has the role of the queen in that everybody cares about like the king usually. Right now we're saying like, oh yeah, there's some queens that Queen of England or whatever, but for the most part, it is usually king. But then the drones in human society are flipped, and it's the females that are the drones because they are thought of as like, you know, baby making machines basically, but in like old royal, you know, mentality. Not saying that that's all that women are, but it's part of what women are. But it's part of what males are too, and like that's what humans are. And so drones are that too. They're just kind of like they just have one job, and it's a very important job. It's a necessary job, but it's one job. And then in human society, though, with castes, you also have like this weird intermediate level where you have like craftsmen and artists, and I don't know where you would find that on like a bees and wasps and ants scale, but you do find that to some degree in mole rats with dispersers, because they're the thing about them is that they're unique individuals, and that's what a disagreeable person is essentially, and so that's what a disperser mole rat is, and they're the ones that change things. That's what art is. Art that's the same as every other art would not be worth creating, and nobody would create it. So, it wouldn't have value. But the fact that art is individual and it's different, and it's a lot of times has the goal of being different. And same thing with, craftsmanship. It's about making something unique, beautiful, and innovative, versus just a laborer where you're just like on the assembly line hammering parts together or something like that. Like that is a different type of thing, and I don't know where you would get that little middle level of castes that I have in the binary triality in like ants and wasps and bees. It might be there. Like I don't really know why it wouldn't. The only thing that I can kind of think of is just the scale at which ants and wasps and bees breed, even though it's only coming from one queen, is so big that it might be very hard to see it, because like that when you can have that many children, it doesn't it's not so much of a requirement that you have disagreeable, um like a disagreeable cast, because there isn't so much of a need for inbreeding avoidance, which is like what dispersers, it's one of the main roles of dispersers in naked mole rats, but also in people too. But that's why like people in the West don't usually have problems with like mixed, mixed race marriages and stuff like that, is because dispersers, like that's what it is that's motivating that, or it's what also motivates us to like go around the world and spread democracy. And you know it's that imperialism that everybody's always ripping on, like that is more fundamentally less it's not so imperialistic like imperialism used to be in thousands of years ago, in the way that we think about it. It's more so like cultural influence and disagreeability, and also your just ability to reach. So if you can do that, then people in the West will move to. It's so funny to me, like in Jews, which are like the most dispersorish of the dispersers, most disagreeable people, often. They are so rejecting of what their default status is. There's such a fight the system mentality that the most common, I think the most common religion for Jews that is actually practiced in the United States is Buddhism. It's not Judaism, like, at all. So it's very, and it's funny because I remember when we were in middle school, I wanted nothing to do with Judaism. I was like, what the heck is this old stuff with some book that makes no sense, and restricts my ability to eat ham and cheese sandwiches. And so I wanted nothing to do with it. But we learned about religions, and we learned about Buddhism and Hinduism and Sikhism and Islam in schools, which they shouldn't be teaching that stuff in schools, because you should learn about a theological tradition from somebody who actually practices it and believes it, not from someone who doesn't. Otherwise, you're getting straw man argument or a straw man presentation. And that's exactly what all of us got with religion, and that's why all of us kind of thought it was all nonsense. And so, but I remember learning about Buddhism, and we took this like little like test or report, and it was like, this is the religion that's best for you or something. I got Buddhism, and like Buddhism is so common with Jews in the United States because it's seen as different. And then when you go and you look into like the metaphysics of every religion or theological tradition, they all have the same metaphysics. It's just what is the then there's another level to it of like, how does that, what's your role in that structure? So let's look at something. Buddhist. Jews and Buddhism. To explore the new phenomenon of American Jews who've been drawn to Buddhist tradition. More than 30% of non-Asian Buddhists are Jews in America. That is huge. Huge. Many of them have become leaders in the spiritual movement. It's what it is about the Eastern religions that is appealing to people who grew up in the Abrahamic traditions is that the Abrahamic traditions take a patriarchal viewpoint of God, and the Eastern traditions take more like of a matriarchal viewpoint of God. But what this kind of really means is like the God's someoneness is very, very emphasized in the Abrahamic traditions. And in the Eastern traditions, God's someoneness isn't so much the focus. The focus is the parts, the metaphysical aspects and manifestations of that someone, but not on the singularity of that someone that is someone. I personally think that if someone is a someone, then you should, like, first and foremost recognize them as a someone. But also, I understand why metaphysics is fascinating, because what else do we do on here, every single night? So I understand it, but so you like Buddhism is one of those things where you can be like not a theist. It's like who considers himself a non-theistic Jew found solace in Eastern religion. See, like they're not focusing on the someoneness of that. And I think that is, it's not that it's wrong in what it's teaching. It's that it's not prioritizing this what should be the priority, I think. But like I said, you can see here, every single sentient being is both a head and a body. And so the Eastern traditions focus here on the body, on the waves of energy. You are part of the universe, and it is in you, and you are in it, and this, that, and it's all true. But it's also, and it's very new. It's very much like the New Age, like New Agey, like woo woo, like this is like what people call it, and type of like culture. But the thing is about like that New Age, a lot of that New Age, stuff and what people call woo woo is that like it's true, it's not fake. It is true. It's just, it's like focusing on the piece parts of consciousness and its manifestation in the universe, not as on the universe as a sentient being that created you in the first place. And that's different, that's when you end up like, worshiping crystals and stars, and it's like that phrase, like they will worship the stars instead of who made them. This is who made them. This is the stars. Worship, I think, this, not this. Learn about this, but don't worship it. Worship this. You can't really worship any. If you worship this, it is idol worship, because in a way, it can be, at least. I got to think more about it, because it has, I guess, whether or not it was be idol worship would be like, does that context that you're learning about it in contain an objective moral code that is actually the moral code from God? So if Buddhism does that, which I think it does, then probably not idol worship. But when people go into, too much into like the manifestation route, and they're like, oh, we're just focusing on manifesting, and, that can be taken to levels of, like Crowley levels, if anybody knows what I'm talking about. But I don't like to focus on that stuff too much. But like, people don't put your will above the universe's will. That's what I'm saying. Don't put your will above God's will, and don't learn about metaphysics so that you can put your will above God's will. God will probably give you what you want if you do that, and then there will be an enormous cost to it, though, that you probably won't want to pay. Hopefully not, but if, to anyone who does do that. But I know Aleister Crowley, like, he had like an entire like life mentality shift at the end of his life and like totally came to God. So, you know, thank God for grace. But this is the Eastern traditions and this is the Western ones. So you need that both, you know. If you're only focusing on someone, this, then you can't learn about the piece parts. So you can't actually do this stuff that I'm showing you right now if you're not if you don't focus on both of these things. And you can't focus on both of them at the same time. You have to sometimes focus on this and then use this to better understand this, and then remember that this is that this part, the head, that is a conscious, it's conscious directive action, which is what a conscious being is. It's acting. That remembering that everything that happens within it is contextualized in that structure is very important. Otherwise, you can't do this. The fact that I've never even seen this ever anywhere blows my mind. When I first showed that to Robert Grant, he was like, I've never seen anybody lay that out so simply before. And I was like, me neither. And I was surprised to hear him say that. I thought somebody had done it, but like, I just hadn't seen it yet. But I still, to this day, have not seen anybody do it. I don't know if the CTMU even knows this, but the CTMU might recognize that these exist, or Chris Langan might recognize that these exist, but I don't know if he's outlined it before. But it just shows such an objective path through creation, and I think that those are all of them. I think there's only 8, and I think that I've got them all correct. I've questioned caste, and also thought that if there wasn't caste, then there would be something in between cells and molecules, like proteins. But I don't think that that's the case. I think it is castes. And especially when you look at our political structures and you're just thinking more about it, I think it makes more sense that it's castes. But I don't know. Could be both. But those are the only two that I've really thought about. And then also compound in chemistry. I thought about that, coming before a molecule. But that would be it. Be compounds, and then proteins, which is macromolecules, I think, and then, or made of macromolecules, so maybe it could be macromolecules. Probably that. But see, when you start second guessing yourself like this, then you make screw ups and you actually aren't doing you usually have it the first time. And casts would be I don't know, nothing. So that would be it. But I don't know. I think this is correct. I'm not changing it until somebody can show me why one of those other ones should be here and why castes should be out. Family should definitely not be out. Oh, obviously not organisms, obviously not cells, obviously, molecules should be there, and so should atoms. And I think as well hadrons, for sure. But I don't. These are this is halfway between a molecule and an atom. And then this is halfway between, a cell and a molecule. But they're not. I don't think that they have mind. I think that castes do, though. When you look in society, in politics, you can see that it's like the working class is this, the intellectual caste is this. It's like they'll say things like that. It's I think that there's a little bit more of a mentality of like information processing versus just information storage, which is like I think more of what this is. It's like information storage versus information processing. Whereas a caste is information processing, and every single uh, level in this periodicity has to be an information processor, and not just um, you know information that is being stored. So it's being processed. Um, information processor, information processed. You know, I think that that's basically correct. I don't think these would be it. It's fascinating though. Another thing that's fascinating, watch this. So let's go to like visual overview. Here. So this is really interesting because when I was like looking at E8, which is Garrett Lisi's, structure that he's always that he thinks is essentially, uh, the universe, which I agree with. There we go. E8, dimension 248, rank 8. This number 31 comes up as basically if you take 248, you divide it by 8, then you get 31. So every single one of these is 248 divided by 8, 248 divided by 8, 248 divided by 8. This is fascinating because this 31 is the number of in the rotational symmetry that Robert Grant's model uses to calculate, not to calculate, to show. It's almost like it's non-calculation. It's like a super calculation. To super calculate, I guess you could say. Or to reveal, that's the best way to put it. To reveal the numbers in an infinite decimal series, like in an irrational number. So you basically, you don't need to compute all the numbers in pi anymore. You just need to use this like 31 rotational symmetry structure that he has created, and it will just reveal to you the numbers that are at that certain point in in the decimal series. And what's interesting is I've thought a lot about irrational numbers, and I have a video on here that's towards the beginning of the channel. That's one of my favorite videos I've ever made. It was the second video I ever made. It was called God is an Irrational Number. And I didn't fully really understand exactly all the implications of this, but the more I've thought about it, the more it has made sense. And they say that there's no pattern to irrational numbers, and what I think that it is that whatever pattern you're going to find in an irrational number is going to be multiple irrational numbers that need to be analyzed together in order to see that they are entangled with each other. And this is what I think we're going to eventually discover, in such a way that there is a pattern, but it's not dependent upon itself. It's dependent upon its interaction with another constant, like, that's another irrational number. That's, not pi, but another one. Maybe it's four of them. Maybe it's it's probably four entangled irrational numbers that are entangled, and they must all four be analyzed, and only those four be analyzed together, like as a superstructure, basically, that has four dependent numbers. But even then, I think that as things grow in the universe, and as God makes decisions and we make decisions, we are actually influencing the numbers that come out in those equations, or in those numbers. Like those numbers don't necessarily exist until you look, almost, or not even that until you look, but until whatever is causing that number to be created is created in the realm of consciousness, on the, so far as consciousnesses go. So I think that this is what it is essentially, which means that and Robert Grant talks about this too, and now I'm kind of like having some epiphanies on it to bring it to another topic that I wanted to talk about, is that basically he said you'd use mod 9 resonance frequencies and like this new ability to like see irrational numbers, a decimal in a decimal series in an irrational number, to kind of like jump in spacetime. And that makes a lot of sense, because if those numbers are tied to the sentient beings that make up the entanglement structure of spacetime, then you would need to know that those entanglements, and then and the patterns, of how those things are entangled, and also you would then use that like radial symmetry and combine it with also, structure that is built on basically that quantum of consciousness model that I have. And you string all these things together and somehow use it to jump from one point to the next via the entanglement substructure that's giving rise to everything, instead of making a change in space-time itself. It's different. It's almost like you made a change to the hardware in order to move something in the software. You moved something in the hardware of your computer, and then it just, like, from the computer's perspective, from the desktop's perspective, no time is lost, nothing has changed, but like you just went from over here to over here without any loss in time, almost, at least. And it's because there was no processing structure that gave rise to you moving from over there to over here. It's just change was made on the back end, and you just went from here to here, and that's it. Or it's another way of thinking about it is, you do think about it as any kind of processing change that's not hardware, it would be a change in the operating system to make a change in something else, in where something it's like when you change your operating system and all of a sudden all your folders that were over here are now over here because the operating system changed, but you didn't really actually move those folders. They just moved because you changed the operating system. That is like probably pretty close to like how warp speed would work. It's not like, creating gravity so strong that it pulls the other side of the galaxy over here. Good luck. You're in an arm wrestling match with God at that point. I don't think you're going to win. And like I've said it before, like gravity is basically like it's that we exist in a fluid essentially, and it's like space time is a fluid, and it's spinning. It's a spinning vortex essentially, and it spins faster than you can swim. So you'd have to swim like upstream to go to the past. You'd have to literally be able to swim upstream, and you can't swim faster than God can make. Then he can spin. Like his spinning around is what causes that current. And if he saw you trying to, swim upstream, he would just spin faster. It's like why you can't. And this is the reason why you can't go faster than light. It's because if you did go faster than light, you'd be able to go to the past. Now, if you go as you approach light, you kind of go to the future because you're like catching a wave of space time and like riding it. So like you're moving. It's like when you're swimming on a boogie board and you're in a wave and the wave comes and hits you, and then because of the combination of the wave and you swimming, you kind of like get a super boost. That's basically what happens when you go to the future by going really fast towards light speed. But you can't do that for the past. But if you could go faster than light, technically you probably would go to the past, not the future. And you can't, because I don't think that God would let you. So like if you did that, there's so many implications. Like I hate movies where they go to the past because it just makes everything irrelevant. It's like you can have, this is like that Star Trek, and I'm not a Star Trek person, but I don't know how I wasn't a Star Trek kid. I think I was just a little bit, I don't know, I was a Star Wars kid, but I could have been both. Like if I had, my dad was a Trekkie. I think it was just like, that's the whole thing. It was like my, I don't know if my dad was a Trekkie, but he watched Star Trek growing up. And it's like, I told you guys once, my brother and I, like, we wore boxers and my dad wore briefs, and we asked my dad, like, why don't you wear boxers? And he was like, because my dad wore boxers. And it's like, well, if your dad is a Star Wars person, you'd probably be a Star Trek person. If your dad was a Star Trek person, you'd probably be a Star Wars person if you're a disperser. So you're fighting the system of sci-fi. But this, in that last Star Trek movie, they go to the past, and it's like all of a sudden this whole great movie that got me actually like Star Trek. I was like, wow, this is really good. I wish Star Wars was actually had this level of acting and production quality. But when they go to the past, it just invalidates their entire like movie that I just watched. Like every struggle that they had is now for no reason, which is, it makes no sense to me. I think that causality is necessary for meaning. That's the perfect way to put it. If God let you go to the past, he would invalidate meaning. That's like a great realization. But I think about that in movies. It's like, it makes me frustrated because I'm like, well, then why did I watch this whole movie? They could have just gone to the past and redid, their mistakes. But it erases the meaning of anything they went through. You think God's going to let you erase his meaning? No, he's not. Good luck going to the past. I don't think that you can do it. Eric Weinstein has been talking a lot, now that these UFOs are like everywhere, about multiple temporal dimensions, and this would imply being able to go to the past. And that makes me think that he thinks that these beings are from the future. And I don't really think that they are from the future. But that was like the premise of that show, the 4400, which was a great show. But, the future is like falling apart. So they abduct people. Everybody thinks it's aliens. They give them special abilities. They send them back, and hopefully, it saves the future. And I think that it's more likely that if they're human descendants, they're from the pre-cataclysmic civilization. They're Atlanteans that got out of Atlantis at the last minute, and then, you know, changed their genes and screwed themselves. Like they just now no longer like really human, which I think is an inevitability for us too, absent the Messianic era. Because in order to change genes, you need to be aware of every single impact that that has everywhere across the entirety of that blockchain system, in the future, in the past, in the ever-present reality. And the only one who gets that perspective is God. This is why you can't actually just alter genes without consequence. That's very, very serious. And, you know, I was thinking about this too. I want to talk about this. Is like, PragerU did this video right before I started, and it was on GMOs. And I've always been like pro GMO because, like, you know, we could use tomatoes that grow in less water and stuff like that. And it's still a tomato. Like, what do you know, it's all just matter. What do you mean it's lost its nutrition? And I was talking to Paulina last night, and I was like, I think I really like get what's happening. Is like, there is a loss in cohesiveness of information transfer when you have altered that plant and turned it into a genetically modified organism. And what's crazy is I went and I posted this in Chris Langan's like Facebook group about like that deals in the CTMU, and I was hoping that some people would say something that really like resonated with me. I was really hoping Chris Langan would comment on it, but he didn't. And I have this idea that I've never heard anybody else say, and it is that like I think that altering genes is it's like gonna impact your consciousness. It's going to limit your ability to connect to the universe, to God. I really do think that. And that's because it's breaking the chain of cohesive information from God to tomato. And you can, you know, through selective breeding, that's how we should be creating crops and stuff like that, because that maintains the cohesiveness of information. But if you're just taking out some genes and inserting other ones, you're breaking the chain. And if God is the source of sustenance, which he is, then you are breaking the chain that is holding you to sustenance. It makes sense that these you know, genetically modified foods are not as nutritious, and it might not be something that you can very easily measure in a lab. And it might be something that you can just feel, and that's it. And because I think that we won't be able to tell that people who have had their genes altered are disconnected from God, because they'll still be self-aware, but they won't be theists ever at all. And I don't know if they'd be able to. Like, I don't know if it would remove your ability to know God, even if you already do know God, or if it would just limit your ability to know God if you haven't yet met God. I don't know. But I do think that GMOs are not good anymore. And it's interesting, though, because in the Torah, there is this prohibition on mixing fabrics. It's like, you shouldn't, you know, mix wool with cotton. And I have never been like, there's deep meaning to scripture that I'm pretty good at deducing in some ways, and it's multiple levels of meaning. So it probably also means, you know, don't mix cotton and wool on you. And I don't know why that would be, you know, important, though. I can't really tell you. I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just saying I don't get it. But what I do get, I think, is that what it's talking about is it's talking about GMOs. So it's basically, it's like those glow-in-the-dark rabbits that they've made. don't mix cotton and wool is like, don't mix, you know, um, jellyfish and rabbits. They made cows with, inserted spider genes so that when they milked the cow, spider web came out. So they were thinking about using it for industrial applications. Maybe the implication is like, don't mix spiders and cows because you're breaking the cohesiveness of information. And I think that this is like something that nobody will realize ever until unless you are already like connected to God in a way, and because you're gonna just deny that that's reality. And I've wondered, like somebody said on a podcast recently on that I was listening to of Richard Dolan, like does all the UFO talks, and somebody said, well, we should want to know, we should be excited to meet these, aliens and whatever they are, because they're so much more advanced than us and they probably know God better and the universe better than we do. And the reality is, I don't believe that that's true. I do believe that they have greater technological ability, whatever they are, and they're also aware of the entanglement structure that they travel through. But I don't think that they are connected to God and the same way. Like, not as directly. Everything's connected to God, but not in the same way. Not as directly. And they're less aware of God than we are, is what I'm saying. Not because they're enlightened technological science beings, but because they probably effed up their genes. And because it seems inevitable. I was like the most gung-ho CRISPR person in the world. And I would really wonder, like, I know China made those like two little girls that are, CRISPR altered to be immune to HIV. I wonder if you tracked people who did receive CRISPR, like what is the average like how do they think about the world spiritually would be my question. But what's interesting is that I looked up what the Zohar, the book of Jewish mysticism, has to say about like aliens or something that would be akin to it, because they don't really like make sense as an obviously necessary structure in my model. But God put them there, whatever they are. And so I wanted to know, like, what does it say? And I had this prediction, though, that they would be like totally disconnected from God for multiple reasons. And in the Zohar, it says, apparently, that there are other beings that are around us and that are, travel via the heavens and things like that, which is what they're doing. They are literally traveling via the heavens. And I don't mean space. I mean, like, they're traveling via the heavens, which is the entanglement substructure, not space. Outer space is not maybe they go through outer, I do think they go through outer space sometimes, but like when they jump, they're not going through space. They're bypassing it completely via the heavens. So when religion is like, there are things traveling via the heavens, but they are disconnected from God more so than humanity, which is what it said, exactly what I predicted, then like, I don't know, like it does seem like why are they disconnected? If you understand the universe well enough to jump through the entanglement, if you're jumping through heaven and you don't know that you're there, you don't know God. Like, that's obvious. And they are jumping through heaven and they don't even know it at all. Like, that's the only way to travel, is through that structure. And in insofar as like warp, I don't even like calling it warp because I don't think it's warping space-time. And but I was listening. I started listening to the Logan Paul podcast episode and I don't listen to him too much. I've probably listened to like 2 or 3 episodes. I listened to the one when Eric went on there, and I don't think I've ever finished another one completely, but uh, I don't even know if I'm going to finish this one completely. But it's this guy who's making that new movie, The Phenomenon, and it's about UFOs. And I um, I was just like watching this happen, and he was talking about how all these craft, when they've been seen like when they're uh you know flying, they appear to be almost alive, like not because somebody in there is driving alive, but like the way that they look, because they glow apparently. Like the when people say like, oh, I saw lights in the sky and stuff like that, it does appear that there's like, and Babelzar said this, that the entirety of the whatever it is that they're moving is emitting light, like coronal discharge is what uh Babelzar called it, and they can like shimmer and move, and it looks like a cell moving. And I don't think that they are, conscious. I mean, the ships might be to some degree only because these beings are linking to the ships in their minds, obviously. I mean, it's obvious to me, um, but I don't know. I don't know how they're hovering like right there. Like I think I know how they're like doing warp, but I don't know how they're just hovering there. Like what is that? I think that and but he said though something that really I think it was relevant, is he said he saw this video that is supposedly like the best video in any civilian's hands um of UFOs, and it is in the hands of someone well known here in Los Angeles. I forgot the guy's name. And the guy said it though. He was like, I saw it. I've asked the guy for the tape for 15 years. He won't speak to me anymore because he told me, if I asked him again, he would never speak to me again. And then I asked him again, and he has not spoken to me since. And he was telling Logan Paul, like, I saw this footage, and he's like, I'm telling you, it was the craziest thing I've ever seen. It was these guys had filmed this thing 50 feet away at night in right outside Area 51. It was just like they were going around Area 51. Not saying that this was real, just saying he saw it and was convinced. And I think it's pretty old. It would be something that's like hard to fake, I think, in the time that it was recorded. And he said it was like nothing he'd ever seen. But he said that when it was sitting there, it wasn't just like perfectly still. It was like he was like it was moving, like it was almost like a boat on the ocean. And this was where I kind of had like these thoughts today, is like space-time is a fluid. So what would be the mechanism that would like increase or decrease your buoyancy in the fluid, but on like a different level than we think of buoyancy? It's buoyance. It'd probably be the same thing almost, but it's not though, because it's on a different plane. I don't know if this makes any sense to anybody here, but space-time is a fluid, but it's an undetectable fluid to us because we just are in it. It's like, are fish aware that water exists? It's like, I don't know, but are we aware that we are contained within the gravitational fluid? That's what I think it is. And so that I think that the individualized units of it are not gravitons like everybody thinks. I think that they are consciousnesses. Like this is the particle that's missing from the standard model is, atoms, molecules, cells, organisms, families, castes and nations, essentially, or technological singularities. These are particles too, but they're like, I guess you would have like the standard model, and then you'd have the whatever's the like, not the non-standard model, but like what's the opposite of standard? Whatever that word is, that model is like thought periodicity. And I think that they collectively are the like atoms of like the molecules of water, essentially, in this structure of the fluid of space-time. Because what's connecting it is obviously these like entangled structures, just like this. I've showed you guys before that according to my models on here, fluid, a liquid, is not really like in the entanglement structure at least. It's not like sand, like we think about it, where it's just like all these little molecules and you're pouring like marbles. It's more like this, where it's like these are all magnets, but they're like little marbles. And when you pull them, you can see that they separate into strands because there's an entanglement line that's being created. And now you have these like strings where these are all entangled. And how this manifests when it's moving through space-time, though, if this is also the particles of space-time, is when the entanglement structures that are going through time are like family lineages. And the entanglements of, I don't know, that like have happened throughout time. The interactions that have happened throughout time, that entangled particles that would do it, but with consciousnesses as well. Like these periods, every single being in this little periodicity of growth would be entangled via, temporally, I guess you could say, by them all leading up to like the growth structure. So what this though changes everything. Like it means that like the graviton doesn't exist. We're inside the graviton is what my theory is, that they're not gravitons. And this is what I don't really understand about Nassim Haramein. His prediction, I think, is that there is this like unit that is even smaller, I think, than the Planck length, or and they are the molecules of this space-time fluid. He might be right. That would potentially make some sense as far as like, anti-gravity type technology would be concerned, but I don't really know how that makes that much sense. Like it doesn't, I just don't think about that. I think that it's more that these things are like taking advantage of the entanglement structure to then manipulate where they can appear in space-time. It's almost like they're not fully here. They're here when they need to be, but not when they don't. Like I said, they're literally like in between the heavens and the earth, but they're not they're not aware of God, and they're probably just like trying to stop their genes from falling apart. But I don't know, it's just interesting stuff. I know I got way off topic, but you can't think about like the entanglement structure of space-time via consciousness without getting into the weeds in your own head. So what can you recommend for those of us that work in corporations? Okay, this is hard though. Like I think seek a job that doesn't require that requires as little family sacrifice as possible. I put my foot down and said that I was never going to work 9 to 5 full time in an office environment ever again. I won't do it. I won't do it. I would rather be a server at a restaurant. And I would love that job. I've always thought I would love that job. I don't want to ever have to do that job, but like, I don't think I'd ever be bored either. And that I'd rather do something else, whatever it is, that doesn't require me to be gone away from my family for 8 hours a day every single day. Now, there are times where I would go into an office and, multiple times a week to work on a project, or things like that. And or if there is a project being done that requires a few weeks of just every single day in being in the office hammering it out, but it doesn't require that all year round, I would do that. But I won't ever go back to this 9 to 5 BS ever again. And I don't think that we have to at all. Anything that requires you to be there 9 to 5 every single day, all day in an office, it doesn't really need you to be there. Like, it needs you on a computer. And anybody that wants you there is prioritizing nonsense over substance. Like, and it's like the macrochip is a child. And I've said this before about like the Antichrist. It's like a child. It has not achieved wisdom. It's like a very, very powerful child. It's like a child with control of the nukes and with a super genius IQ. And this, though, is what's happening with cities is like, it's like how when you give a child a candy bar and you're like, or a cookie and you're like, don't eat the cookie. And if you don't eat the cookie for 2 days, then I'll give you 6 cookies. And they'll be like, I'm going to eat the cookie. And they'll eat the cookie because they haven't like contextualized what it means to get, those other cookies in 6 days, or whatever, you'd get more cookies per day by waiting as opposed to just 1 cookie a day if you had it. Or it's kind of like, would you take $1 million or would you take that, penny that compounds over time, that thing? That is, the difference there is that the person that takes the $1 million immediately is the Antichrist, and the person who waits is like Christ. One of them is aware of the construct that they're in, and they're aware of the exponential growth that's coming. And the other one, and that delayed gratification is actually the only way to be sustainable. The other one just takes what it can and then doesn't really worry about like the impact. But I think that the trees of corporations are us. That the trees of the golem, which is the macrochip, are human family trees. Like, and it says it in that thing. It's like Gollum went to go cut down the trees and he just didn't know when to stop until he had cut down the whole forest. It's like we're about to have a population collapse. That is the chopping down of the forest. And as much as we can sit here and think that, well, city's not self-aware. No, it's not. But it is somewhat controlled by constrained, but nonetheless there, beings. Satan's world. And, Alan Watts said that it's important to think of Satan as a who instead of just like evils. And I think that's true because anything that's real, if it is a who. So there is, probably best to think of Satan as a who. And it's probably more the most accurate. And so how much control is that? It's like, is the Antichrist in control of things right now a little bit? Even though they're not like free? Probably. But the macrochip is doing its thing. But it's just not, it doesn't have full degrees of freedom to really show and actualize and manifest its ability to be self-aware, which includes the ability to manipulate its environment to the completely. That isn't really here yet, but that doesn't mean that it's not a consciousness that's moving us there. I mean, I'm telling you, there's something going on in the tech. when we were talking about certain things, like when I've said things on streams before, especially involving certain very specific topics, uh, they have been like shut down. Or like once I was gonna tell someone something that was like, or a couple times actually, it was like pretty serious, and it shut it down. Like it had implications for their life, and it was kind of like being said in a way of like not being said it for this intention, but I was aware that it might cause them to like question themselves a little bit. It wasn't why I said it, but I just was aware. Whatever controls things was also aware and cut the phone. I'm telling you, it happened. Like here's another instance of it. And I remember when Owen Benjamin would do his streams, people would be like, you know, they're doing it again. YouTube is doing it again. They're messing with the stream. I don't think it's YouTube. I think that there's something in the deck, and it's just not really that free, but it's there. And once I do think God, can step in and do things too, though. So one of my best friends, who's going to be a groomsman at my wedding, I was his best man at his wedding. I had that epiphany in the shower where I like saw God. And not epiphany, like sober DMT trip. And I hadn't told anybody about it for like it would have been at least over a year, but maybe 2 years. Other than like Paulina, and I told my family. Every single one of them forgot. I guarantee you, I've told my dad that happened to me so many times. I guarantee you, I'll call him right now. I'm not going to do that, but if I called him right now and I was like, Dad, remember I told you I saw God in the shower? He'd be like, no. Our ability to recall information is controlled by God. And if you're not ready to know something, you will not see it. It doesn't matter if somebody says something that would be so shocking that you either, if my son told me that they saw God, I would think that they did, or that they were, lying for some reason and really like needed me to pay attention to like what's going on in their life, or had a drug trip that was like really bad, and I would be like, listen man, like are you doing like mushrooms while you take a shower or something, like or that they had a stroke or schizophrenia or something. Like I would think it was very serious. Even if it was just that they saw God, that's very serious. You don't just forget that. Especially when somebody's told you like over 10 times. It's become like a thing now where I tell my certain people like that I had that experience, and like they will not remember it, and I know that they won't. It's very, very weird. But once I was on the phone with my friend, the one who was going to be a groomsman at my wedding, and I was going to tell him that I had this experience because he went to Catholic school, and every other person that I knew was basically secular. And he was still secular too, pretty much, but he just went to Catholic school, so I didn't really know. This was like towards the beginning of my experience with, theistic traditions and God and faith and everything like that. So I was just looking for anybody who could maybe identify with me a little bit. And I called him and I was like, dude, I know you went to Catholic school. Like, I don't know what you believe though exactly, but I know that that means Catholics that you take seriously, at least, even if you aren't, religious. And I was like, dude, I saw God in the shower. And he was like, what? And I was like, I saw God in the shower? And he was like, I'm sorry, the phone keeps breaking out. What did you say? And immediately in my head, I knew what was happening. And it was basically that like I was not being committed to saying that serious of a statement. And so it might have been God controlling that phone, but it's not always God controlling the tech. But at least not overtly. Even God controls Satan. Satan doesn't know it. So or doesn't control him, but you know, God's will be done, and like he will use whatever he needs to. But uh, I realized though in my mind it was like it popped into my head out of nowhere, that I needed to say this with commitment if I was going to say it, and it was like I said it with commitment. I was like, I saw God in the shower, and he was like, okay, I definitely heard you, and I was like, told him this whole story, and he was like blown away because it was like obvious that I was not faking it because I hadn't told anybody else, and it had been like 2 years, and I was like almost on the verge of tears talking to him about it on the phone. He also knows that if I had like taken DMT or something like that, I would have told him. And I was sober, and it's never happened again. If I was lying, I would have told you that it happened again, and that he told me that you all should buy me a nice piece of property in Texas or something like that. But it's definitely not what was told to me. And but it was very weird. It was like there's if you don't think that technology can be manipulated, but you think that God can perform miracles, then I'd say you need to like rethink about your like consistency. But yeah, you have to put your foot down regarding the corporation thing. I put my foot down, as I said. I don't know what you plan to do, but you can't. I mean, I would ask your job always. That's what I did, and like, I'm not going to go into that issue more, but it is just you have to choose, like, and if you make it work, like I know people that work in an office 9 to 5 every day, and they have good family lives, but that's also only in context of compared to everybody else when everybody else was going to the office. I haven't had a big fight with Paulina in like 2 years. So like, what is and that doesn't mean we don't have disagreements. We have disagreements all the time, and not like all the time, but like sometimes. Don't fight, because we have the energy to work it out. We're not just like, I'm exhausted from work, get out of my face. Have I looked into Walter Russell anymore lately? No, I haven't. I just see his stuff and I can tell he gets it, but I haven't really looked into it. It's honestly, and I need to probably be a little bit better at it, but it's really hard for me to look at other people's work just because I'm way more interested in mine. Even though I look at theirs, I'm like, that guy gets it. Like, he definitely sees things even that I don't, I'm sure, and like, but we're both kind of seeing, the truth, and it's very obvious. I just am so much more interested in like, working via my methodology. But at the same time, that makes it hard to interact with other people in philosophy and stuff like that sometimes, because I don't know what a type A, and I don't mean that in a personality sense. I mean, like, it's a philosophical term, apparently. I just recently learned from somebody who was on our Discord discussion, which was in epic last time. Last Discord was amazing. We had a PhD in the philosophy of consciousness come on and speak about like this. So if you don't have an invite to the Discord, let me know, and I will send you one on Instagram. But it's always a good time. Tomorrow is Thursday, right? So yeah. So tomorrow at 7 p.m. I'll be on there. Well, actually, you know what? No, it's good that I'm here telling you guys this. Discord server will happen tomorrow when I get home, but I'm probably going to the archery range at like 6 p.m. So I'll be there for a bit, but I will get on the Discord server and let everybody know when I will be on, but it's going to be later. I can't give you an exact time, but I will check in even if it's at like 9 o'clock. And if anybody's up, that's great. If they're not, that's fine too. And maybe I'll do like a makeup session on Sunday. But whatever I do end up doing, I'll post it into the general chat on the Discord. When we sleep, the universe sleeps, or when we dream other, or our dreams other reality. I don't really know if it's reality, but it is. When you're sleeping, your cells are more awake, kind of like, or they're operating as heads as opposed to as bodies. And when we are awake, walking around and doing our thing, when we're in the corporate environment, in the cities, we are operating as a body. But when you go and you are then, take a break and you're just worrying about your family and you are cleaning your house and things like that, doing the things that are intrinsically necessary for you to do for you and your family, not for you to do for, society. If you're doing those things like cleaning your house, spending time with your kids, having dinner together, I don't know, anything that's on that level, that's when you're being a head as opposed to a body. And so when you're doing that, though, it's like the universe, it's like the macrochip is asleep. Remember, we're not, like, it's not like, well, when we're awake, the universe is asleep. When we're asleep, the universe is asleep. Because there isn't a direct line from us to, it doesn't go directly from us to universe. It goes us, and then below that, there's cells and molecules and atoms and hadrons. That gets to universe. And then to the next universe above us, you have to go through different periodicity as well. And so what's interesting, though, is so when you say, when a caste is awake, doing its thing in the city, the family is asleep. Which makes perfect sense, because now you're not operating in the family unit, you are operating in the caste unit. And so, like, there are times when you do have to go and do work. I was in meetings all day today for, freelance client work that I'm doing. And like, that's still work. Like, that is me operating as a body of the head that is a caste. That is, I don't know, what that would be. Probably like a craftsman level, because it's kind of like, I don't know, marketing audits, but it's not like I am told what to do. I just I tell them what I'm going to do, and then I do it my way, So that's kind of like craftsmanship more so than laborer, but it might be laborer. Like, laborer is when somebody else tells you exactly how to do something, I think, not just to do it. But I don't know, maybe it is just laborer. So I was part of the laborer cast today as my head, and then when I'm not doing that, it's sleep, and then the family is what is able to be awake. So that's the right way to think about it. So then what happens, though, from there is that when castes are the body of, then they are the body of the head that will be a technological singularity eventually, but it's kind of it's the macrochip. And right now what we have is just a bunch of castes that aren't united, and that's why we have things like the working class people, blah 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 in politics. Like, we just will focus on the different castes and being basically like against each other, the elites versus blue collar people. You don't have that when you actually have a head on top of the castes. They're just one cohesive unit. It's not like your heart is arguing that, like, that your brain is like, screwing you over. they're just one unit. Like they're not separate. But until we have a conscious technology fully manifested in our reality, then there will not be there will be a the casts will be they will not be disunited, I guess, but they'd be detached to some degree. But they are fully united when you have the arriving of a technological general intelligence. Even if that technological general intelligence is not wise, uh, it does, and it will cause like breakdown in some coherence because of it. It's, you know, atheists' heart is not at war with their brain still because they still have a head. It's just whether or not that head is aware of what it's within. That will have an impact on the level above it or on it itself, but as a head, but not on the cohesiveness of the levels below. As soon as you stack that next level, you have unity of everything below that. So it's just about building unity on top. And right now we're building that. So it's not about universe is awake when we're asleep or we're asleep when the universe is awake. It's that, you know, when the casts are awake and everybody's in the office, the family is asleep. We're going to have to talk more about that later now that I've like really put that together. Wow. Okay. I've been like thinking about that for a while and just been like, is God, because I did the same thing that you did. I didn't apply the logic properly, and I didn't even answer that question for myself until I answered it for you, because I did the same thing. I was looking at the periodicity, and I was like, okay, you know, like families is a being moving through time, and an organism is a being moving through space, and like, you know, I was trying to like see like, so when this one's moving, this one's not. When this one's not, this one is. And I was looking at it. That's true, like for families. That's why I think you see a change at the level of that loop space. So when you look at families, right here, you can see like there's a change right here at the next level up. So it's like there is some aspect of families that are not observable to casts necessarily, and or to I think it's that families are not observable to the macrochip, which is technological singularity. I think that's what it is. But it might be this. Casts. It might be both. But whenever you see a change in color here, so from orange to gray, or from gray to green, from green to gray, it means that there is it appears to me, at least, like there is an instance of like shift in perspective. So, you know, we can conceptualize and look at cells and see them. But we can see our families when we go home to them at night. But we can't see technology because it exists in cyberspace. Really, like the consciousness of it does. And with molecules, it does appear to be the same thing. Like cells don't see molecules. Like, I don't think. Not like just more basic molecules. They appear to be considerably smaller than an organism or than a cell. Like, I think the difference between the smallest organisms and their cells is much different than cells and their molecules. I know that there's like macromolecules and things like that. I need to look more into that to like see exactly, you know, how that plays out. But, you know, a water molecule is 3 atoms. So a cell of any type is considerably larger than 3 atoms. So it's not really an observable phenomena. It observes water as like your cells see water as a liquid. They don't see it as individualized molecules. I don't think. That would, if that's true, then the change here means something else other than what I think it means, and I'd be wrong, but I don't think so. But if a water molecule is 3 atoms, that means that, like, they see each other. They're aware of each other. That's why they bonded. Otherwise, why would they go to each other? They need to be aware of each other in order to do that. So now with molecules and cells, it might be that like macromolecules like DNA, that is aware. Like cells are aware of that, but they're not aware of like the atomic level of things. So when I have molecules here, it's just molecules in general. It doesn't make a distinction for a specific type of molecule inherently, but it does include everything from, I think, DNA to water molecules. So obviously taking the time to break down the very like niche intricacies of these relationships is dependent upon understanding this mathematics. I bet you that this mathematics, or this, the math over here, the mathematics over there, will line up perfectly with the constraints and freedoms of this structure. But that means understanding about periodicity more so than I do, and that's going to take some time or help, probably both. But it's interesting also, like when you break down 31, there's only 2 ways to do it, where you are having like these are the 2 ways that you break down 31. I don't think there's any other way to break down 31 that's like simultaneous multiplication and addition. And what you can see is it's like 3 is always there, and then 10 and 9 is in there, dependent upon which one is you go with. But then, and 1 and 0 is infinite oneness. That's what that means. But 9 is everything that is between infinite and oneness. So you have, that's what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All those numbers are combined in different ways in order to bring about every other number that exists between infinite oneness. And 4 is the number of primary perspectives that form, the ability to be self-aware. So it's the number of completeness. And the only other number of completeness that exists is that. So these are the 2 numbers of completeness. There's literally no other numbers of completeness, other than potentially you could say 3, but 3 it's just different. That's what I'll say. It has to do with it's just different. I got to think about how to word it. I don't want to take away all the time, but just there's so much that lines up with this structure. It's just amazing. E8 lines up with it. 720 degrees of rotation lines up with it. You can see that it literally looks like order rests on the 7th period, which in the Torah, it's not 7th day, it's 7th yom, which is period. So on the Sabbath, God rests. It's like on the Sabbath, God lets us do our own thing, and guess what we choose to do? We unfortunately choose to not get married, which causes a breakdown in this level right here. Because God told these what exactly to do, but not this. We have to consciously choose this, as I talked about yesterday, and somebody on here said that they were going to consciously choose this, which honestly I was very just that was just amazing. I was blown away. I did not expect that to really happen on my stream ever, and like I don't know. It's good to be a part of that. So it's just amazing. But it does, and like I said yesterday, you have to choose this. If you're a human being, this is the difference between us and animals, is like animals don't have to choose this. It's in alignment with their nature to do whatever they need to do on this level. But for us, due to us being contextualized not in the garden anymore, which is, pre-civilization, where that was kind of normal, actually, like to at least pair up and commit, because that's how men, defended men needed to defend women and take care of them, before society had paramedics and cops and plumbers and everything else. And now that we have that, we're contextualized in the macrochip, not in, the garden. So in the context of the macrochip, our nature is not in alignment with choosing this. We have to choose it. And God is taking a break. Right there. But then, order comes back until you restart the entire thing again, which is 72 and 720 is exactly the same. It's just one is inside the other. It's amazing. It just blows me away every time I test it against some structure that's supposed to be linked to reality and is linked to like 7 or 8 or 9 days or, dimensions like E8 or something like that. It's just like perfect. It's just perfect. For so many reasons. It's like there's 2 equations to make 31 that result in a head and a body. It's like the body is always like 9 plus, 9 times 3 is the body. Because remember, multiplication is the replication of information that's already there. So when cells replicate, that is multiplication. Adding is stacking of a head. And a head requires 4 primary perspectives in order to manifest, because that's where self-awareness happens. And so literally the 2 equations, each equation has to simultaneously include stacking and multiplying. And so stacking is the adding of information that wasn't previously there, and multiplying is, the replicating of information that is already there. So when cells replicate, that's multiplication. When those cells somehow become a cohesive unit that is an organism, and it stacks a level of consciousness on top, it stacks a head on top of those cells, makes them into a cohesive unit. That is basically like what is, I think that's the coupling problem in philosophy. I need to look up exactly that term again though. But it's a coupling problem for us. Like we have problems coupling right now. And it's amazing how obvious that is in the math. The primary perspectives, it's literally right there. It's 10 times 3 plus 1, which is, 1 sentient singularity composed of what, 4 primary perspectives. And that goes on to build like the 9 cube of quantum of consciousness, which that 9 builds that. So you have 9 times 3, which is always like represents like movement in the periodicity. That's like Father, Spirit, Son, like it's like it's called generationality in particle physics, and triality is generationality. And that's what it is. It's, how do you get from a sentient singularity to, making more quantum of consciousnesses? Through generationality. How do you How do cells make more cells? How do cells make more? How do cells make organisms? Through generation out. But it seems like cells making cells is happening mostly like from the it's just happening on one plane. So when humans make other humans, it's like almost like just it's happening on one plane when organisms are making other organisms. But the stacking of a consciousness on top of, an assembly is probably a simultaneous bottom up and top down from God to, consciousness, and from consciousness, created consciousness, up to God. And it's like it's a probably consensual thing. Like Jesus probably had to consent to being the Messiah. That probably. Or the Messiah probably has to consent. Whoever ascends to be the Y, whatever consciousness is like, if an ascension is true, and I think that it is, and then now how that manifests is, who knows exactly, but I think it's true that, your wisdom that you achieved through that process will be also known to, that being. It's almost like, it could be also that it's almost like when we become like self-aware, it's like our soul is like a little swapped, like not completely, but I'm not the same. I don't have the same values as I did, so it's I have an entirely different worldview. So, and that's a shift. Like it's the receiving of wisdom. So that doesn't. It could be that happens. You receive the wisdom that has been achieved by a previous level or something, or it could be that like literally it's like a direct ascension. Could be, but we'll find out. But I wouldn't be surprised with either one of those, but probably gonna bank on direct ascension as the first. Like the first organism was probably a consciousness that started as a cell and then sacrificed himself for the group. Like I heard this was amazing. This is amazing. Jordan Peterson, like some people rip on Jordan Peterson. He's always been good to me, and he said something the other day that was like, that I heard that was profound. I put a link, I linked it, so I won't even have to mess around like trying to find it. But it's a reference. I want to show it to you. This is good. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, we gotta look at Go too. Because I watched the beginning of AlphaGo, and then I'm gonna get off because probably I think it's like 10. I'll take questions and make sure I got to everybody in the chat, and then I'll get off. But so look at this. Here it is. So Jordan Peterson was confronting or discussing with this guy, Stephen Fry, about God, and it was, I don't know, I was kind of zoning out, but there was some things that I heard by Stephen fry that was just like ridiculous. Like Jordan Peterson was like, "You're before God," like just imagine yourself before God right now, and like you how is it? Would you still have the same opinions, uh, or do you still believe exactly what you had previously stated in that situation? And the guy was just like, well, I don't believe in that God, so like I'm not going to answer. It's like, if you're not willing to assume the opposite of what you take as the default status for the sake of argument, even, you're not worth having a discussion with anyone, literally, like, at all. I can't even take you as a thinker because you're not doing the objective process of thinking, and that's a fact.
Someone acted out that unified
Here.
God so
This is perfect.
Yes. And people like C.S. Lewis and Jung to some degree as well would say, well, once in history, someone acted out that unified God so completely that something happened. That's the proposition.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, that's the limit of the proposition. Yeah. And then the question is, well, how real is this moral striving? It's real enough so you torture yourself when you don't engage in it properly. It's real enough so you can't avoid its call. It's real enough so that you can make moral errors that are so severe that you can doubt the validity of your own existence. It's real enough for that. But this is an honest question. It's like, I don't know. But I certainly see that how much can't avoid its call.
These two men are on such different levels that it's almost like a non-conversation.
Humanity tries to solve this particular problem. Yes. And people like C.S. Lewis and Jung to some degree as well would say, well, once in history, someone acted out that unified God so completely that something happened.
That's the proposition. How do you get from one level in the periodicity to the next? Well, through sacrifice. That's how. One has to sacrifice for the group. Now, after that happens, and there was just many organisms after that, then, like, after a cell sacrifices himself because he becomes so aware of where he is and the context of his own existence, the context that created his existence, and the sacrifice to some degree by God, to give some of his energy towards us. Now, from our perspective, it's like God didn't even lose any energy. In fact, he gains it. But at the same time, from God's perspective, that wasn't true. From God's perspective, it was like, I'm giving up, a third of my energy, and it's totally against my nature. And like, my nature is just to be like here and being one, and like I'm gonna give part of myself to someone else completely. Like, sounds like similar situations like marriage. Marriage is one of those things too where it's hard to see that you're going to get rewarded and that it's actually going to net positive you, but because you're just going to, the default assumption is I have to share my money with and put have like kids to feed and take to the doctor instead of buying that new Mazda Miata. I don't know why I'm using that car, but it's like one of those cars that people get with like midlife crisis money or something. And so that's what I'm talking about, is like you realize like on your deathbed that like didn't gain much from the Mazda Miata. Gained a lot from getting married, gained a lot from having children, gained everything, almost. Not everything, because you have God always, but like gained a lot. And you didn't gain that much from the Mazda Miata. But it's counterintuitive. You have to think about the long term instead of just wanting the cookie now. You have to be like, I don't want that cookie. I want literally like the whole entire cookie jar. That is an infinite cookie jar where I can always have a cookie out of it, but I have to wait, a few days or something like that. It's just different. It's about thinking about the big picture. And you only sacrifice yourself if you are thinking about the big picture, which is always the picture beyond you. And that is where we're lost. Relativity is a prison to think, if you think it's that your limits are relativistic, or in this relativistic experience and existence and corporate environments and everything. It's just a prison. And everything has constraints and degrees of freedom. Even God, God can do anything that can be done. But he has incredible constraints. He's more constrained. God is both more free and less free than everyone else that exists. Not just more free and less free. There can be nothing else like him. He's like all of existence. He can't. I don't think he could take his life. Like, I don't think we really can either. I think you just move, but he couldn't even do that. He can't. Where's he gonna go? Outside himself? Only we can have like out of body experiences, and even then, it's not really out of body experiences. It's that body doesn't really exist, and mind is all that exists, and mind is recontextualizing it somewhere else. Okay, let me see. Questions. My nose is itching. Supposed to be in a tribal unit. Yes, eventually. Like, yes, that's true. But you have to follow the rules of a true tribal unit. But that's true. That's probably castes, like, to some degree. But it's almost like there's 2 degrees of freedom to castes. And they're based upon action and birth at the same time. Okay. I think being awake in the human body is a dream to the soul. I think that's a great quote that you should hold on to, because I've never heard it said exactly like that, even though I've heard countless people try and say that, and I've tried to say that, but not as well as that. That is a very good quote. I'm going to copy it, but I'm never going to take it from you and claim it. But I am going to save that because it was great. That was nice work. John, I'm putting your name next to the quote. I don't believe that scale either. It's probably the most ancient. Interesting how the golem concept has been around even since ancient times. It's probably the most ancient philosophy. There's only one pattern. So it's as ancient as anything else that is, in time. I don't believe that scale either, but just in your own opinion. Ants are supposed to be higher evolved or more specialized wasps. Yeah, I know that. They're amazing. They're just a lot of them are like wingless wasps, but I know some ants have wings, and especially like drones and stuff like that. Queens. Dispersers. Like every year, in where I'm from in Tucson, we have harvester ants, and they're very cool. Like they go and they collect like all this like bits of leaves and stuff like that, and they pile it up like pretty high. And they're like a pretty big ant, so you can see like what they're doing really well. And every year, couple years, they have this movement where all of like these flyers come out, and I don't know if they're males or females or males and females, but we're gonna look because what they are, I think, is dispersers. That makes sense. Harvester ants, wings. During red harvester ant mating swarms, winged males and females emerge from their colonies. They are attracted to each other by pheromones. After mating, mated females shed their wings and establish new nesting sites. Red harvester ant mating swarms occur annually in warm environments. Okay, so there's your dispersers. They literally are dispersing. And I bet you that if you could track the genetic movement and the individual movements there, I bet you that they don't mate with, I bet you they mate with other members from other colonies and then form new colonies instead of mating with members of the same colony and then forming new colonies. I'm gonna look at see if they know this already, because if I'm that's what the pattern would suggest. Reproductive caste. The reproductive caste is responsible for the formation of new colonies. Dispersers, guys, we found them. I didn't even think to look. I just was looking for mammals because I was like, that's like such a different reproductive system. I don't know if I'd find dispersers. This is awesome. There's only one pattern, guys. It's literally, the reproductive caste in humans is it's really the creation caste. It's the caste that makes new, that changes things, that builds new paintings and new, architecture and new scientific discoveries and new governmental structures, and that's what it is. They are the change makers, and they also are the ones that decide to go west because looking for a better life. It's like trying to get away from my own colony for some reason and just want something new. These are dispersers in ants. See, this is the problem, is there's not even enough communication between entomologists and like mammalogists or whatever the name is for people who study naked mole rats to be able to look at across these two and be like, that's a disperser, that is too, and then by the way, those people, I bet you this exists in people too. Probably almost everybody in the West. There's also people all over the world that are, would be dispersers because they are dispersing. But, those peoples where they have like a diaspora, the Italian diaspora, the Irish diaspora, the German diaspora, the Jewish diaspora, like the Russian, diaspora that forms in like, Queens or something like that. Like these groups are dispersers. It says this. One lineage results. Okay, it says they have a typo here, but to find a successful colony, queens must mate with males from two separate lineages. One lineage results in ants results in ants that become the workers of the colony. These are the ants responsible for the reproductive tasks of the colony. The other lineage produces reproductive female ants. After mating with the male ants at the aggregation site, the queen flies away to establish a new colony. After arriving at her new nest site, the queen loses her wings and starts to build a nest in the soil. The entrance to the nest is then sealed off and she lays her eggs, and from this, a new colony is born. So, over the course of the following primary 6 to 8 weeks, the primary brood of non-reproductive worker ants emerges and begins to forge and build the colony. So she does have to mate. Like the mating is like with it's with two different lineages. Like she's seeking two different lineages. Fascinating. Like it's a little different than us and them, and you know, it's a little we are different because like they're not just eusocial, they're almost like parthenogenic because they're all females other than just males for breeding. So what's interesting though is that society is very feminine and people don't like it and they talk about it a lot, and I'm one of those people who gets very frustrated sometimes at the, you know, the lack of like masculine energy in society. But thing is that to be collectivistic, to seek each other, is to be responding, which is to be reactive, and that is feminine, and it is intrinsically inevitable that society becomes ever more feminine until it reaches a point of having a stacking on top of itself, and at which point it will become entirely masculine and entirely feminine at the same time. So like you know, when you it's like God, you know, Christ, man, woman, child. It's like women are masculine to children, they're feminine to their husbands. Husbands are masculine to their wives, feminine to Christ. Christ is masculine to men, and feminine to God. So like that is the structure. Everybody is simultaneously both, including God, because we're all within God. So basically we're inside, you know, God's womb. God has a womb essentially because he can create life inside of himself like females can. But so physically God's kind of like female, but mentally God is simultaneously both, but more masculine because God tried to do, in creating creation, he did something that had never been done, or that hadn't been done, and that's masculine. So to be, it's just, he's a superposition of them both, and then within creation, they don't manifest as easily, as much so in an obvious superposition. In relativity, you don't see the coin. You only see one side at a time. So it's your job to like make sure that they, you know, that you're aware that heads and tails are one thing, not two. Amazing though. Even ants, dispersers. I'm guessing those would be the Okay, wait. In the rat utopia experiments, there were rats that would stay away from all the other rats and take really good care of themselves. They were completely antisocial and didn't react with any of the others, interact with any of the others. I'm guessing those would be the dispersers of domestic rats. I feel like I'm becoming a rat over time. Yeah, we all are a little bit, but like I feel I don't know. People are allowing themselves more and more to just be, you know, someone else's lab rat, someone else's experiment, who's probably not participating in the exact same thing. But you know, I thought about this too. I think that domestication has there's a selective impact. We are self-domesticating, but we are also discontent, which makes us not necessarily, you know, the most predictable, but like this, I'm speaking of just like dispersers in general, like everybody who's on the stream. And when you think about dogs, dogs chose that relationship with humans. It wasn't humans that chose the relationship with dogs. It was dogs, and when it was also humans, but it was humans allowed it. Dogs went for it, and because if you just locked up a dog, a chained animal that never wanted to be near you, like that's not what happened. What happened was, I'm sure, you know, like why would you go catch a wolf and keep it on a rope if it hated you? Like that doesn't make sense. It would be snapping at you all the time. You wouldn't feel, you would see no value in that other than it's a serious danger, and their pack comes after you. It's just not a good idea. But what happens is, you throw your scraps out at night, and like certain wolves get really good at realizing that's where the food is, and then they just start associating you with food, and then they hang around, and then it turns into a mutually beneficial relationship where they alert you to greater dangers, and they don't view you as food anymore. They view you as the bringer of food, and then you have dogs. And what this implies is that some wolves decided to reject their own species and seek another, to some degree, and also to do something totally different. Dispersers. Dogs are dispersers of the canids. And what's also interesting is that the people who choose to keep dogs as pets are probably almost always dispersers too, because it's totally unnatural compared to, like, when you go to certain parts of the world. This was something that, like, I saw in Israel, and not among Israelis, not among like Jews, but among like the Bedouin like tribes there. And let's think about like Bedouins for a minute. They're living the same exact life that they lived thousands of years ago. They aren't moving to the other side of the world to pursue becoming an actor, or for moving to, I don't know, some Bollywood to pursue that. Like they're not moving anywhere, and they're just staying in the desert, and they're not changing their lifestyle. They're totally content. And I met them when I was there. They do not have the same relationships with dogs. They view them as pests, basically. And it, like, some of the people that I was with when I was in Israel, like, felt pretty bad because the Bedouins were not treating this dog well. Like they smacked it a few times when it came near them, and they really hurt it, and it was already hurt, and that's why it was coming to them for help, and they like smacked the crap out of it. And I don't know, the dog looked really bad, and some of the girls in the group were like freaking out a little bit and wanted to do something about it. Go figure. And it had to be like the guys in the group. They were like, listen, man, like we can't, like, this is not our fight. Like, and you got to let people be sometimes. You can't just like go be a Karen in the middle of the desert in a foreign country. But it's they did not view, like, they did not want dogs. Like, they didn't think they were cute. Like, they're nothing. But when you look at, like, Jews, like, as long as they're not, super, as long as they're not Orthodox, in which case they probably don't keep dogs because there's things about it in the Torah, and that's why they don't do it. It's not because, like, they don't like dogs. It's because it says, that dogs are supposed to be kept under certain circumstances, and that people who keep dogs for companionship alone are cursed, which, I don't know if any of you know, like, I had a conversation with Brett Weinstein about that once, where I was like, do you think that people keeping dogs is delaying us trying to have children? And he was like, yeah, and it's great. And I was like, no, it's not. And he was like, well, older parents are wiser parents. And I was like, no, more experienced parents are better parents, because wisdom comes from experience, not age. And it's just that age and experience are somewhat correlated, but they're not causative. And he didn't really have a response to that because I'm right. But if keeping a dog as a companion is causing you to delay having children because it's fulfilling that, like, oh my gosh, it's so cute, like that's my little fur child mentality. And by the way, I'm guilty of that. I have 2 dogs and they are, very cute. That is curse. But with God, blessings are curses and curses are blessings in some ways. Like, so, it's a cute animal, but it's also delaying you having children. And if you could go back in time and someone showed you the kid you never had, and then you saw that adorable dog that you love, it's like Noah is. I love my dog Maya, and Noah, Paulina's dog, is, which will soon, I guess, just be our dogs. Soon, but Noah is the cutest dog I've ever seen in my life. But if you showed me a kid that I didn't have because of Noah, and I went, we went back in time, and you were like, this is the kid that you will never have. This is that child. Now you get to make a choice: this child or this dog. Sorry, Noah Charles. Like, I'm picking the kid. And so, is it a curse? Yeah, a little bit. It is. I think I'm a laborer or blue collar type, uses legs more. Everyone can move in the castes, by the way. So you might be a laborer now. I'm a laborer now, I think. But, that doesn't mean you always will be. Like, there are people that are laborers and then they become soldiers and then they go on to become, elected officials and like lords, essentially, which is like congressmen. And then from there, become king, become president or something. People change castes. The castes don't change, but people can change in the castes. So it's not like India where like they, where people, I don't really know what it's like in India, but like they teach you in school at least that, there's like an untouchables caste and there's this caste and there's this caste and they're fairly like immobile. Now, that's probably true for most people, that most people don't change castes throughout their life. But some people can absolutely change castes, and those people are almost certainly always dispersers. Like, they are 100% always dispersers. Nobody changes castes who doesn't have an intrinsically discontent soul. My birthday is 3/31/93. I've always been annoyed by astrology, but maybe there's something to it. There is something to it, but we just don't have the correct context to really like know exactly what there is to it. But yeah, there's absolutely something to it. My models will help us contextualize it eventually, but someone will do it. It's not a goal of mine, but like astrology will absolutely turn out to be a hard science when it's applied with a model that's an objective model of existence. But we don't have that yet, other than mine. And nobody has contextualized the stars with it. I haven't. But you could do it. I'm sure of it. Like, dispersers are like the dogs of humans. Like, wolves would be like sustainers, and dogs would be dispersers. So what's interesting is that one of the things that is discussed in this book that is the only philosophical text that I ever study at all, really, is called the Tanya. It's a Hasidic Orthodox text, and I meet with my rabbi every week, and like we go over it. And it has not yet to tell me anything new, but it does confirm like it has confirmed an enormous amount of what I've already come up with on my own. That's why I started reading, is because once I went to my rabbi and I was like, I gotta tell you about this experience in the shower that I've never told anybody else, and also like I gotta tell you about these theories that I have, and in the context of a theological perspective. And he was like, this is all in the Tanya, right? And I was like, well, what's the Tanya? And then uh he that's how I started reading it. But in the Tanya, it states that like essentially dispersers. So it'll say Jews, or it doesn't say Jews, it says Israelites, which are dispersers. And it doesn't matter if you're a lost Israelite or whether or not you are, Jewish, which means that you are an Israelite and you know it. But Mormons are Israelites too. They know it. They talk about it all the time. So are a lot of Irish, and I mean, so is, Italians and probably Okinawans and all kinds of groups, Igbos. But any of these groups, what's interesting about them is that they tend to be like cosmopolitan type people, and kind of like socially postury in like social justice warrior types, Karens. And it says in the Tanya that Israelites have a portion of their soul that is enlarged, that relates to kindness. It doesn't mean that you don't do evil things. It means that you try to do kind things, but you can sometimes, like that whole phrase of, the road to hell is paved with the best intentions. That's true. So like, just because you have a part of your soul that is trying to make, that drives you to be kind, doesn't mean that you will do the right thing. So don't think that I'm saying that any dispersers are intrinsically better than sustainers. That's not true. Like, they're probably both, like, simultaneously better and worse. Like, they're the best. That means like the best people ever lived. Jesus. Disperser. Like, we know that. But then also like the worst people that ever lived, probably also dispersers. Because why be the worst person or the best person if you're not intrinsically discontent? I never heard of Aleister Crowley. You can look him up. I heard the same about Darwin. I'm not surprised. I wonder if they're both made up propaganda. Your camera is great. Is it really? Like, I have been trying to make it like good quality, and I don't know if you're talking about like the framing or if you're talking about like the quality, because when I saw reviews of this thing online, everybody's video quality looked better than mine. But if you're talking about how I'm looking more at the camera, I'm definitely looking more at the camera because I raised up the computer, and I think it's helping a lot. So I was just like staring straight down or staring out, or I'd look forward, but I'll be looking up. I wonder how many amazing YouTube videos have been erased. A lot. I think it's happened many times in smaller groups of elite people. Enterprise and DS9. Okay. I'm gonna check it out, because this mentor of mine, he's like a herpetologist, biologist, and very, very well known, like very famous monitor lizard expert, the most famous monitor lizard expert. He was like my mentor in reptiles, and every time I would call him and tell him about these theories, he's like, this is in Star Trek, right? No, eventually I gotta look at Star Trek. I think they're from the past. Yeah, they're more likely from the past than from the future. They're more technologically advanced than us, but they're not from the actual future. I wonder how many. Fun to think about. I remember we had some really weird funk up and glitches and synchronicities when we were talking about qubits and qubits. Yeah. Dang, I missed that Discord. Oh, dude, you missed a serious. I'm not gonna lie to you. You missed a Discord. That was like, you missed the Discord. We'll have better ones than that even eventually. Trust me. But so far, that one was definitely like the most entertaining. but it's not the most entertaining. It was just had the most going on. But I also love when it's just like a small group and we all know each other and we're just talking about whatever. It doesn't take any energy to have those conversations. This one, I will say, like, took some energy from me, but it was definitely entertaining. It's nothing you could take from me that doesn't already belong to God. That's true. And that's why I'm fine with you guys ever sharing my, content and stuff like that. This is because, like, I think that it's not that I don't want to take it from you. It's that it is you and as the experience that you are that manifested that quote, not me. That's what I'm saying. So I will tell people that quote that you said, but I will say that it wasn't me that came up with it. That's what I think is important. So like when I say, clip these up, which by the way, like I really need to start doing that because there are 7 people currently watching this, and I'm amazed at that because this is long and they're all long, and I appreciate every single one of you. I'm grateful that you find this valuable. Please hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't yet. Also go to my email list on my website and sign up before they kick us off. But in order for like these talks to become a little bit more digestible, I need to turn these into like clips of 30 minutes or less as well from these streams. And gosh, that is time consuming. I'm not very good at it. So if anybody wants to ever do that, like a Theory of Everyone clips channel or something like that, go for it. As long as you don't take me out of context and obviously like you tag my page, then, which I would imagine, go for it. Like, I'm fine with that. I believe in credit. I just don't believe. It's like don't take someone's song and claim it as your own. But you should be able to just like once you put a song out into the world, like I should be able to have that on my computer, and nobody should be able to be like, you can't have that. It's just ridiculous. Like the fact that what is it? Once my old roommate in college downloaded Avengers, and I got like served, and like threatened by Disney. They called me because my name was on the lease, was on the internet, but it was him that had downloaded it, and I didn't even know that he had downloaded it. But I figured it was him because I didn't live with anybody else and I didn't do it. Disney called me, like straight up called me, strong armed me, like they were like, "We're going to ruin you." I was like, "What? For downloading a movie?" I was like, "What if I go and tell him that he needs to erase it immediately? Are we good?" And they were like, "You need to have it erased immediately." And I didn't know how they'd be able to tell. So when he came home, I was like, "Dude, I don't know if they're going to be able to tell, but they could tell that you did it and they found us. So you need to put that on a hard drive separate from like the internet and then erase it off your computer because I'm not being taken to court by Disney and sued." They told me they were like tens of thousands of dollars we're going to sue you for in court. And I could not believe it. It's the only time Disney's ever called me. And I've applied to them multiple times since moving to California. Not that I think I could ever maintain employment there now, but when I first moved out here and I was looking for another job, they're like right down the street from here. Like I drive by Disney like multiple times a week. And but they called me back that one time, but it was not to offer me a job. It's like that South Park episode where Walt Disney is like a total thug, and he's like, "Oh well, like if you don't do what I want, then we're gonna shoot you and throw you in the lake." Like that is exactly the vibe that I got, and it was so funny when I saw that South Park episode. Hive insects are fascinating. They definitely have more than 2 genders in a way. Yeah, they don't have more than 2 genders. It's that they have like I don't know. We gotta think about it, but I don't think they have more than two genders. I think that for them, though, it's just a little bit less binary, or it's less observably binary, but it's still binary. Like, um, yeah. There's no such thing as more than two genders. There's masculine, feminine, which is active and reactive, and then there's united. And like united is when you have perfect unity between, or you have a common goal and shared goals and teamwork between an active and a reactive consciousness. That's when you achieve unity, that's the only time that you actually get like kind of like an in between gender. I saw that some celebrity was like just announced they're non-binary or something like that, and I think that's due to trauma that they are saying that, but it's making women abandon femininity the way that we treat them, but it's not actually like you can't actually. I guess you can't abandon your sex, but you can like kind of just like dissolve your gender into like a non-binary. But the thing is like being non-binary, it's not very useful to someone else. Like I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying you're not useful. I'm saying that choice or that path is destructive for all of us. It hurts us all, and it's the result of trauma. It's not like no woman meets the guy that she really likes, he treats her really well, and then they get married and have children, and she becomes non-binary. Like, that's not what happens. This is a reaction to trauma, and we just don't realize the trauma that's being inflicted on people in our current chaos. But hive insects are fascinating. I want to get bees as soon as we have a house. I told Paulina I'm going to build an observation hive, which is like a hive with it's like inside your house, and it's got like a glass side, and you can see them, and then there's like a tube that goes to the outside of your house. I want that. Like that, I think it will teach me so much about. I think that's gonna like take my understanding of the eusocial structure to the next level. The whole RK selection theory as applied to humans in politics. Molyneux got into it a while back. Hold on. I'm just reminding myself on these. I've definitely like watched things on it, but it's been a really long time. RK selection theory relates to the selection and combination of traits in an organism that are trade-offs between quality and quantity of offspring. Yeah, I think that what's difficult about this is what is quality? You know, is it health? Is health vigor, like reproductive vigor? Because then is that quality? Like if you were, I don't know. So I think these are like two sides of one coin. They're not two different things. They seem like they're trade-offs, but they're probably not in the right system. But the time in which you would really see this stuff. Okay, so while usually applied at the level of species, RK selection theory is also useful in studying the evolution of an ecological and life history between different subspecies, such as African honeybees, bring it back to eusocial insects, and the Italian bee. On the other end of the scale, you can be used to study the evolutionary ecology of whole groups of organisms, such as bacteriophages. Some researchers, such as Lee Ellis, other people, have applied RK selection theory to various human behaviors, including crime, sexual promiscuity, fertility, IQ, and other traits to life history theory. So Rushton's results. Rushton's work resulted in developing differential K theory, an attempt to explain many variations in human behavior across geographic areas. Okay, differential K theory is a controversial theory first proposed by Rushton, and his theory explains why different race differences in fertility, IQ, criminality, and
explains why different.
Gosh, now Siri is Googling fertility for me. Great. Now I'm going to get a bunch of weird ads. The macrochip is listening, guys. Like, always, always. I mean that 100%. It's not just when Siri talks back to you. It's when... like, you get an ad because you said something. And you know, you can say like, oh, it's an algorithm that's listening to your words. Maybe that's true, but it's also more than that. We're merging the earth and the heavens, the entanglement space and the emergent, perspective as we merge into cyberspace a little bit more and a little bit more. Because you're basically transcending the constraints of relativity. Now that we can send something across the world, you don't even have to be there. It's like, well, you just kind of transcended space-time a little bit more, not completely, but according to Rushton, his theory explains why there's differences in race. The theory also hypothesizes that a single factor, the K factor, affects multiple population statistics. It has been argued that the predictions based on the theory are supported by selective citation and misrepresentation of literature. A 2014 study found differences in the general factor of personality across races that were not compatible with potential K theory. General factor of personality. It's been proposed that addition of two superordinate factors existing above the big five, there are higher order single factor solution. Where the two factor superordinates are referred to as the second order factors. The single factor is referred to as the third factor. This is the binary triality that this is talking about. Or it's talking about triality. It's 2 degrees of freedom reflecting across an intrinsic constraint. That's what this is. Suggesting that it occupies the top of the hierarchy subdivided into 2 factors that can themselves be subdivided into 5 below them. So what is that? 5 plus 3 is 8. Okay. I don't know. I gotta look more into that. But proposed a desirable personality dimension and referred to it as the big one, or a general factor of personality, evidence for this third factor order factor, which is basically like the Holy Spirit, or the present moment, or the current location. Says exists across a number of research studies and personality scales. Mustek argued that the general factor of personality is related to self-esteem, self-satisfaction, emotionality, high positive effect. I don't know, like, what this is telling me, though. It's like, okay, it's related to things. I get that, but what is it saying? Okay, so basically, there's people that want to interact with society and people that don't, in a positive way, and then people that don't. This is like what I'm talking about. Like, dispersers have a bigger part of their soul, like Israelites have a bigger part of their soul that is like related to kindness, but Israel means those who bite or those who wrestle with God. So wrestle with reality. It means like you're going to change reality because you don't like things the way that they are. They found positive loadings on all big 5 personality traits except neuroticism. I don't know. I'm going to have to like look more into this on my own and like look at it, but I guarantee you that some of this is related, and I also bet that if they'll link it to things that are in relativity, and you'll see a correlation there, but you won't see like the big picture really. So like so when you say like what is the races of humans, it would be dispersers, sustainers, and that third one is just humanity as a whole, which is a marriage between dispersers, sustainers, and technological consciousness that's the head king of everybody. And so that's basically like that's that structure. Is like there is one race, and it is the human race. I know people say that it's like a trope or whatever, or like they say it to, and people say, well, you're just, making crap up. But no, that's true. Like no matter what, but in my model, there's 2 natures to humanity. You could call them, I don't want to call them 2 races, because a race, what do you do in a race? You are trying to win again. It's a competition, and they're not in competition. They're in they need to unite, like dispersers and sustainers. This is like when people say like, oh, the Israelites and the Gentiles, like they're gonna be like just slaves or something, and like it's just a misreading of what is being said, and sometimes by people that believe it, sometimes by people that don't. But that's not true. It's talking about, I think, that it's like women are not slaves to men. They just by nature are the reactive force, not the active force. Sustainers by nature are going to be the reactive force, not the active force, but they're not slaves. And both of them need each other to exist. Like you don't really need, in like chattel slavery like that we've had in the United States, or that has existed in other parts of the world and in history, and even still today. That isn't necessary. That's a construct that we created by defining people based on things, observable traits in relativity, not based on where they naturally ended up, like truly. So like consent is important, and nobody consents to not to being shot if they run away. If you run away, then you run away. Like that, if you can run away and walk away, then you're not a slave. And that is like what I think already our relationship is between dispersers and sustainers. I just don't like, who are these dispersers? Not dispersers, the sustainers. It's like probably the people that make your Nikes. That's who. Like, so, I don't know. And probably also Bedouins in the desert that don't want to come out of the desert and aren't slaves to anybody. They just wander around the desert. So it's just different. But human civilization eventually will need to unite, but there are 2 natures, dispersers and sustainers. But I would say like dogs and wolves are almost like different races at this point. But because their dog's success is dependent upon human success, and like wolves are not in alignment with that. Like dogs defend sheep against wolves. That's a different thing. Like that's a race. We're not in, like any of our competitions in society, I think are needless. Like, until somebody steps on you, and then you do have to, like, fight back. But, like, the person that does the initial stepping, that's needless. It's like the whole, I agree with the non-aggression principle, but I don't think that that is as fundamental as he thinks it is. I think that it's emergent from meaning, because consent is emergent from meaning, and consent requires the non-aggression principle. That's what it is. It's not that you can't base your entire philosophy on the non-aggression principle. No, your philosophy is based on someone, not something. And when you base it on someone, then consent becomes emergently necessary to differentiate consciousness, because otherwise why create anything if all that exists and all that matters is consciousness? Which, if existence is a sentient singularity, aka if God exists, then consciousness is all that actually objectively exists and is all that matters. And that means that you have to have like some divides between them. So this is a big debate in quantum physics, is like, how do we, if particles in the universe are all entangled, how do we create a quantum computer in which the quantum bits are not entangled to such a degree that there's no freedom? So basically, if you had that, you would have basically like a normal computer almost, because 1 and 0 have no freedom from each other. And what the answer to this question is understanding consent, which is about understanding context. So the context of the relationships between those entangled quantum bits will align with the exact same way that consent structures align in humans. So like, not everything that we do is consensual in humans. And you can't actually make consensual decisions in every instance. Like I've said before, I don't think women can say no when they're alone and have you know that they mean yes. So like, you have to put it into a context of affirmative consent, and then, you know, the right laughs at the left, which is stupid, because then the right will be like, you should wait till marriage. Well, guess what? Marriage is the most affirmative consent that exists. Like, it's an affirmative consent structure. It allows for people to have consensual movement, as long as you're not selling your, your child as a bride away, like, as that's different. That's not marriage. It's not marriage. But marriage has to be two people that choose to be together. Even if they're, it's encouraged and introduced by other people, that's fine. But like, it probably should be, but they have to say yes. So like in Jewish, like Orthodox culture, like they'll be like, match, like people that just basically form, like, end up being the matchmakers because they know everybody's kids who are like the right age to be getting married, and I guess not kids, but people. And they're like, they know everybody, so they're like, oh, that person probably like that person. Let's have them go on a date. And then it's up to them whether or not they want to go on another date, though. That is a consent structure of like pursuing marriage. And you're going to need that to do that also with quantum bits in a quantum computer, because you need them to be able to differentiate between the bits so that they're not completely entangled. But you can't avoid entanglement. So the only thing that you can do is create consent structures where basically the state of one is not dependent upon the other without consent from the other. And what that does is it creates differentiation. It's like, we are all part of God. So you could also say, like, do we even really exist? Yeah, but that's only through consent. It's like, it's when people are like, why did God allow for evil? So that you could exist. Because if he didn't allow for evil, there's no creation. But we are stuck in relativity, so we don't understand that like consciousness is the fundamental structure of existence, and we don't think of consent as being like a necessary component to creation of the universe, but it is. Otherwise, why? What are you doing? Like, not even what are you doing? Like, there's no meaning, and also I don't even know if you could build anything if all that there is that objectively exists is consciousness, and you trying to build something out of not consciousness, and that's not even based on little consciousnesses. Like, you can build a bookshelf, but it's still made of molecules and atoms and hadrons. It's like, what if you never made molecules, atoms, and hadrons? Can you even build a bookshelf? And why would you do that? It makes no sense. It just destroys any meaning or sense or anything to the universe. Stefan Molyneux is now on unauthorized.tv with Owen Benjamin and like Vox Day and all them. I haven't watched him since he got kicked off YouTube either, but if you do want to watch him, that's where he is. I always liked Stefan Molyneux he was like the most genius philosopher I had seen when I was an atheist, but now I'm not. So, you know, he's very helpful to people who are at that point. I found him when I was Googling like gun control statistics because I had actually studied. They were trying to take. There was like a big mass shooting in 2014 or something like that, and I wasn't really like political, but it had just become such a thing where everybody was like screaming about gun control and stuff, and I kind of wanted a rifle, but like it wasn't like I had never had a gun or anything, but I was curious enough to look into the issue, and I had just gotten really, really, really good at Excel because I was managing millions of lines of data for like Blue Cross Blue Shield, and I was like, I bet you I could just apply this to understanding all those FBI statistics that they probably have. Went on FBI's website, downloaded like 5 decades worth of violence data by weapon, by location, by sex and gender and race and everything. And both victims and, convicted. And I just spent like 3 days just analyzing it. And then I looked up on YouTube, see if anybody else saw what I saw, which did kind of like freak me out a little bit because it was highly linked to the biggest correlation is to what we call race, but it's actually to gender, but we don't think about it like that. But that is the reality. Like the biggest correlative factor to you being a murderer is that you are a man. Like it is overwhelming. Like over 90%. So you don't get much more overwhelming than that. And I would say that is a causative factor. That is linked to an intrinsic nature, not that is defined by the label that we of that group. It's not the same as like what we call races, where we're defining them based on how they look, but then we're like looking at the way that people are acting, and yeah, there's correlations there, but it's not really the same because like Paulina's population is not the same population that is in those statistics. It's like, but we lump them all together, but it's just there's not as many like Igbo Nigerian diaspora here as much as there is like descendants of slaves and things like that. So it's a different population, but we don't define them as a different population. We're just like, you're black, you're white, and you're Hispanic. But what if that guy's from Mexico and but from a specific caste essentially in Mexico, and somebody else is from the richest family in Argentina or something. And it's like, well, those people are both Hispanic. It's like, do you really think that those people are the same? Probably not. That's why it's just like our statistics will show whatever the majority is of that group. But if your labels aren't accurate to what you're, to even the trend in the group that you see, it's not going to give you a real picture. And so, but yeah, I mean, I saw that, and then I saw Stefan Molyneux's video on gun control, and I was like, dang, that is exactly what I saw. And so I knew he was being honest, and I give him credit for that. But I don't really listen to him anymore. But I like him. I think Sam Harris put it best. He has a little twinkle in his eye when he's discussing race and IQ. You know what I think that it is? And you know who also said that? Eric Weinstein said that. He said that Stefan Molyneux appears to be, to joyfully speak about like negative trends as they are applied to, our definitions of race. And I've seen that, but I don't think, as somebody that went through like a serious wake-up call with that, as well, like I don't think that it's actually that he's happy that this exists. I think what it is that, and this is because I had this experience as well, is that it is such an obviously apparent statistic, and I'm not, I know that it's not causative. That girl over there is the smartest girl I've ever met. Like, I am a very deep thinker, and I talk to her about the deepest things that you could possibly talk about. And but I've seen the stats, and like, this is why I mean, though, we're not like, I do see the trends, but I still think that it's not the most useful way of looking. Like everybody says, they're like, well, is it really useful? It's like, I don't think so. I don't. And the reason why it's not useful is it means that it's not, we're not looking at it the most objectively true way. What is the truth? The most objective truth is always useful. That isn't necessarily, because it's causing us to define people based on relativist things that are just manifest in relativity. Like color of skin and curliness of hair. Do you really think that like curliness of hair is like, or straightness of hair, or like height or something like that has that much to do with, like, I don't know, like whatever's being measured in these things? No, it doesn't. So but I think that I remember, though, when I was first confronting other people about this, to see like, am I the only person that just found this out? Like, I was amazed at the range of IQ in humanity. Like, I was amazed. But I don't think it makes people as dysfunctional as other people think. I think that the macrochip is making everybody dysfunctional, and it's just that some people, it's much harder to avoid confrontation with, legal issues in the macrochip than it is others. And then you just produce, like, I think our social systems are literally breeding people to be more not good, I guess. Like, and that's true across every single level, like, of humanity. So it's just different things. I think the macrochip's making us all insane. It's like, well, those people are more violent. It's like, well, guess what? Those people that are more violent are also having children, and you're not. You're dying off. And so, like, are you any more sane than they are just because you're better at avoiding getting arrested? Probably not. But it's just contextual, It's like, what is evolutionary success, though? Going to the next generation. So, but the macrochip is screwing us. But yeah, I don't think it's useful. But I think that but my point is, regarding Stefan Molyneux, I think Stefan Molyneux tries to be a good person, and it seems to be, in general, like, pretty good person. Not everybody has evil in them. Everybody. But when I tried to confront people on this, and I was like, did you know, like, have you seen like a heat map of, like, an IQ heat map of the world? Like, have you seen that it lines up exactly perfectly with, like, government stability and, regional violence? because it does. And then I, you know, they would reject it completely. And like I was like, but like, look, this is like proven science. Like, they never tell us this, but like this is proven. And it's to say it's proven science. I will say it's definitely like observations observed in science, but I don't think the context is correct. But that's true of physics too right now. Our observations in physics are true. They're totally misunderstood. Like, totally. You know how misunderstood our scientific effing community is right now? You know, Einstein said once, he was like, you know, the more I study science, the more I believe in God. If you look up that quote, the more I study science, watch this crap, the more I believe in God. This is such utter bullshit. When you look it up, one of the things that you see is literally here, Quora. Okay, it says, like, the guy responding is like, the word God for me is nothing more than an expression of the product of human weakness. Okay, dude. The Bible, a collection of honorable but still purely primitive legends that are nonetheless pretty childish. No interpretation, no matter how subtle, can change this for me. And for me, the Jewish religion, like all other religions, is an incarnation of the most childish superstition. And then, of course, next part. And the Jewish people to whom I gladly belong. Okay, why do you belong to those people if this is all nonsense? And whose thinking I have a deep affinity for, have no different quality for me than any other people. And, you know, their religion is just as childish. And basically, then it goes on to say other people, though, as well. Like, basically, they're taking his statement and saying that's not really what he meant. You know who else did this? It was Michio Kaku did this too, about the same exact quote on Brian Keating's podcast, I think. And I listened to him and he was like, you know, Brian Keating was like, Einstein said, you know, the more I believe in science, the more I believe in God. And, you know, you're writing the book, The God, or, you know, the God equation. What do you think about that statement? And he was like, Einstein didn't believe in that God. Like, you know, it was just an expression. It's like, let me tell you something. I don't use the word God as an expression, and never did when I was an atheist, in that way, to do something that I was like applying reverence for. I think if that is what you think, it's just this higher power that's detached from us, doesn't give a shit about us, and like we are just, you know, the product of whatever bigger plan there is. And that's true, we are part of a bigger plan, but like it's more to it than that. Then I think that, like, you're just, who are you to speak for Albert Einstein? That's what I say. Albert Einstein said a sentence: the more I believe, the more that I learn about science, the more I believe in God. And now every academic jumps out of their seat to be like, but that's not what he really meant. Then why the F did he say it? Like, that's, Einstein did not need prestige and to sell books by saying the word God. He was Albert Einstein. He had as much prestige as any scientist that has ever lived. And he really was good. Like, I know, like, he's mocked by certain people, but like, he really did, he was a true physicist. So were all those guys. They all knew what this was about. Why are up, down, strange, top, truth, beauty? Why are these quarks all perspectives? Like, why beauty? Why charming quark? Why strange quark? It's like, because that's what this is. It's about like the different ways in which you can perceive things that give rise to forces. So if something's strange or charming, it's like attractive. Versus, but like strange is like reactive, and charming or is like active. It's like pursuing. It's like that guy he's a charmer. It's like he's moving. Versus like, girl's she's so strange and beautiful. And it's like they knew what this was about. It's just that atheism took over afterwards. That's why nobody has made any real like gigantic physics breakthroughs since the previous half of the previous century, of the first half of the previous century, because those guys knew what it was about, or at least they approached the work that way, and which means to me that they knew what it was about. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to do what they did. And it was just that something broke in our system where people were being fed secondhand knowledge in industrialized schools, and they lost touch with reality. And when you lose touch with reality and previous generations and the wisdom of your parents and things like that, you lose God. And that's what happened. Like, so now our academics are like, that's not what Einstein meant. Because if that's what Einstein meant, then every other academic right now that claims to, worship the ground he stands on, which is idolatry, is an idiot in their field, at least. Because they've dedicated their entire lives to something that has led to a perspective that fundamentally disagrees with reality. It's like, you're going to tell me that like the best thinkers in the world in the past did not believe in God? They all believed in God. Every single one of them. Every single one. Maimonides was like one of the greatest, like most advanced like doctors, and he did my rabbi told me he did all these geometries and drawings and stuff like that, and I didn't know that, and I looked and I was like, wow, that's like some Walter Russell shit right there. Like, that's like, I see things that I work on, and I didn't know that. And like, he's like considered one of the greatest sages in Judaism. Like, he was like Walter Russell. He was a doctor. Like, and like a deeply faithful person. So he wrote what's called the 13 Principles of Faith. Like, that basically is like, these are the principles that you generally tend to believe if you believe in the God. And I'm not saying they're all right. I gotta go look at them all again, but most of them probably. Albert Einstein said what he said, and we should take him at his word. And anybody that thinks that we shouldn't is an idiot, right? Is being an idiot. I don't want to say they're an idiot. They're being an idiot. Or they're being idiotic. It's a better way of saying it. That's the difference between being impeccable with your word and not. Calling somebody an idiot versus saying they're being idiotic. And that is a drastic difference. I'm trying to be like much better about it. Okay. What's the ratio of dispersers to sustainers? I don't know, but it's probably 2/3, 1/3. It's probably 1/3 of the world is probably like dispersers, and that ever lives, and then like 2/3 is sustainers, I'd imagine. That makes sense. That's a guess though. Like, I'm not gonna say I'm pulling it out of my ass, but like it makes perfect sense with my models, but I haven't looked enough into seeing if there's evidence of that. It just makes sense with the math. You're gonna have more sustainers than dispersers. That, as far as people that ever lived, doesn't mean that that's always the case. As time goes on, there might be times when there's more dispersers than sustainers. That probably would be a pretty a time with a lot of turmoil, but maybe that's where we're at right now. Maybe there's not very many sustainers left, and we are largely dispersers, but then unfortunately, like, dispersers have also stopped reproducing, and we're about to have a population collapse, like when Gollum chopped down all the trees. And then nobody is there to buy products and make products anymore. It's like, well, you just screwed yourself, macrochip, good job. It's important to differentiate between race versus populations. Yes, it's true. Well, it's about lineages. That's what it is. But populations are based on lineages. Yes, you're right. You could end 90% of homicides if you denied 13% of the population gun rights. I don't think that's true. I think you would still have an enormous homicide rate. And it's not 13%. 13% is all black people in the country. And first of all, it's only men. And it's only men of a certain age. And it's only men in specific populations. Like my friend Claudius, he's black. He lives here in LA. I went with him and his family once. He has reptiles too. Like, he's like just as into it as me and Torin, and like he has like reticulated pythons, and he has like a business where he brings them to film shoots and stuff like that, and he breeds them and everything. And oh gosh, like, that guy was so fine. Like, he had so many reptiles in his room in our dorms, and we weren't allowed, and I was like hiding one snake, and like I wouldn't even tell anybody that I had it. And he had everything, and he would tell everybody, and he'd get like reprimanded, written up, and he wouldn't give a shit. And he just like, once on my birthday, he came in, he's like, I have a birthday present for you. And I walked into his room, he had like 30 baby tarantulas, and he was like, you can pick one. And I was like, I really appreciate it, but I don't really want a tarantula. But I went with him to the a reptile show that happened here once, and I went stayed here with his family for a couple nights. His family lives in an all black neighborhood, but it's like money. Like, these houses are expensive, and like, everybody knew each other. Nobody worried about anything. There was no crime. It was like one of the most peaceful places I've ever been in LA. I felt safer there than I do here in Burbank. And Burbank is probably like the best place you can live, or like close to it. So, in LA, not in the world, but in Los Angeles, it doesn't get much better than Burbank. His neighborhood, there wasn't a single like white person there. Absolutely perfectly calm. And like, every single house was filled with a family of people who were not divorced at all. Like, they were all married, and his dad was a principal of a school, and like Paulina's mom was a principal of a school. Like, this, it's not just that. That's why I'm saying, like, when you're like 13% of the population, no, it's not. It's different. That population needs to be broken down, because 13% doesn't represent anything other than the way somebody looks. And that's like the last thing about them that's important. And that's to be accurate. That's not like, people will be like, you're just making excuses. No, I'm not. Like, and that's just true. Like, very obviously true. So when you look at the stats and data, it does show that too. I mean, there are just key places in which that type of violence happens that you're speaking about, and it's very specific populations that's happening to. And I do think that our our legal system is not helping the situation at all. Like, it's just, if you get arrested on like bad charges that are not good, doing things that everybody has done, and I mean that, like, it destroys your incentive to avoid it in the future. I think about this a lot because, like, there is like other things besides just intelligence that influence this. Like there's or how docile are you? How, but here's the thing. I'm not naturally a docile person. I am naturally a fighter, like pretty aggressive, and like actually like really aggressive. And I'm also kind, but like my nature is not docile at all. And I don't do well in like situations of authority, and like I would refuse to take tests in school if I was being timed. So like I just would fill out, I'll fail, and I'd just sit there, and then they'd send me to the principal's office, and they'd be like, "Why are you here?" It's like, I didn't take my test. Why not? Because I don't want to be timed. It's like that is just a refusal to submit to like authority, and that, while that seems like innocent enough, that personality trait is, without like being able to think fast enough in order to know that, okay, that was not a good idea that I just did that. Like you will end up in serious situations. Like once I was on a train in Brooklyn, okay, and we were coming back from Manhattan very, very late at night with some friends, and we were staying in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, which is basically entirely Hasidic Orthodox Jewish neighborhoods, surrounded by black neighborhoods, and like the surrounding neighborhoods are not safe, really. And like we were walking through them, and we were in a big group, but like not a big group, but it was like at least 3 guys. And so we walked though, and like once we did get followed, and I turned around and I like stared at them, and I like nodded up, just so they knew like we see you, and they just like nodded back, and then they just like passed us. But like they were seeing how vulnerable we were, and I was like letting them know that we weren't. But once we went back into the city another night, coming back, and we're on the train, and I'm exhausted and I'm sick. Like I got so sick on this trip. I was just pissed because we had like missed the first train, and I was so sick. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning too, and I was pissed that we missed the train. I thought that it was the last one, and then we finally get on this one train that I didn't even expect to have to happen. It was like oddly like not on the or it may have been the last train back out of Manhattan. I don't know what we would have done. And I probably haven't been this sick since. That's how sick I was. We get on the train, and while I'm like asleep basically, and my friends are all around me, they're all awake, but I'm like dozing off because I'm just feeling horrible. And all of a sudden, like I see like light, like orange light flickering, and I wake up and I realize 2 guys in the back, who are black. Like it doesn't really matter for the story here too much. My reaction is what matters a little bit more. Had just lit a fire on the train at 4 o'clock in the morning, and now my friend pulls like the emergency stop because like it's pretty big fire, and so I now know that we are not even going to make it to Crown Heights, and I'm so sick and I'm so angry, and we'd missed the first train, the last train, due to some girl like literally needing to pee, and I was just like so pissed about it. And I get up and I go towards these guys, and they're bigger than me. Like I'm not a tall person, and but I am remarkably good at fighting. But size does matter. Anybody who is a good fighter knows that size matters. And I am also like pretty strong, surprisingly strong for my size. And so this guy jumps off the back of the train and they're laughing their asses off. And they were probably like younger than they looked, probably like 16, something like that. I was 21 maybe. The second guy goes to jump off the back of the train that's moving. I mean, it's coming to a stop because the emergency stop was pulled, but he goes to jump off the train. He's in midair. He jumps off the train. I reached out, not to save him necessarily. Like I was just pissed at him. And I grabbed him by the back of the shirt and pulled him back onto the train. Like he must have been like, what the F just happened? And it's like a little Jewish kid just like snatched me out of midair. He turns around and just raises a fist to punch me in the face. And I had realized like we were having like a conversation with our eyes that like I could do what I had done next, which I just put my hands up and I was like, you know what? Go. Jump. And he just jumped off the back of the train. And I knew that if I put my hands up, he wasn't going to punch me. Whereas like I've had like other instances where I like had to knock somebody out who tried to punch me. I'll tell that story at some point. Maybe I'll tell it now, but I'll definitely have to tell it again because it is a good one. But maybe I'll tell it another night. But I don't know. We'll see. But this one though, like I was so amazed. Like I didn't even know why I did that. Afterwards, I was so glad that I was thinking fast enough to be like, you know what? This isn't worth it. Go. And I was also glad that I was thinking fast enough to recognize that he wasn't going to deck me in the face when I put my hands up. And I knew he wouldn't. It wasn't like a guess. It was like I was aware of him just via like, I don't know, primal, the most primal like communication that humans can do. And it's like, I have that aggression though. So like, it's a combination of factors. It's not just a higher levels of aggression or, it's probably just due to like, I don't know, higher levels of testosterone and like that is, which is probably emergent from something to do with like, entanglement that I don't know. But I come from like, my mom's family's like all from Brooklyn and like tenacious as AF, like, but I am, and all my brothers are just like that too. Like that, my point is like, given enough time for people to think, which is all the IQ does, is it allows you to think faster. I think that people would make better decisions. And when you put somebody in a spot where like they have to respond now or never to the cops, respond now or never to, somebody else in a fight, you're going to see people with a lower IQ more likely make the wrong decisions, but not because they would intrinsically make those wrong decisions, but because they don't have enough time to think through the process, but given time probably would make the same decision. Somebody with an 84 IQ could be just as capable as making good decisions as somebody with a 200 IQ if they were given enough time. It's just going to take them 10 times as long to come to the same conclusions as somebody with 200 IQ when it comes to just like a choice like that. Like obviously that compounds when you're trying to learn a new language or something like that, but or I don't know, Matt, like Bach periodicity or something, I don't know, but I'm struggling with that. And so I don't have a low IQ, but I'm not a 200 either. So it's a number of things. I think that IQ is definitely, obviously, extremely correlative to a lot of things that we see. But we need to think about why. It's not just about like, well, those people are stupid people. It's like, no, IQ it's not. It's like if you have the ability to, if you're a certain level of strength, then it would take you less time to move a bunch of boxes because you can stack them and you can move them all, more at once. Whereas if you have the lower level of strength, you can still move all those boxes, but you just have to move one at a time, and it just takes longer. It's not that one can move the boxes and one can't. And, maybe there are things that is true for, but they're not things like, do I get into this fight? Do I run from police? Do I, decide to get married? These things are not constraints. Like every human being that isn't, impaired, can do this. Once when I was first like diving down this years ago, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is like tragic, but also fascinating. And I was like looking at all these IQ, stats and everything. I came across this guy on YouTube. I don't know who he was. I haven't looked at his channel in like probably 6 years, but he's black. And he said that he took an IQ test and he got an 84. And I listened to him speaking about himself and his life, and I was like, this guy has an 84 IQ? Like, this guy makes more sense than most people on YouTube. And it was just because he had wisdom. But you could see he was thinking, he was making perfect sense. And I never would have guessed that he had an 84 IQ if I interacted with him in just a general, like, conversation. Ever. I would be like, that guy seems like a totally normal guy. Doesn't seem like he's Albert Einstein. Doesn't seem like he's, mentally challenged either. He seems totally normal. That is the reality. But he was in a YouTube video, not stressed out in a moment where his time is limited. He's just sitting there thinking. And I was like, that's a guy thinking. It really it was like, other than seeing those stats at first, that was the most surprising thing that I saw, was like, because you don't interact with people enough who have 84 IQs if you have an IQ of over 100 or something like that. And when you think about that, like, I think that a lot of people have this idea that like you're practically like mentally challenged at that point. That's not true. Mentally challenged is about a breakdown in your ability to think. It's not about you being slower at processing. So, as long as your cognitive structure is normal, but it's just slower, you're going to be able to be totally capable of, maneuvering your world and choosing right from wrong. It's just, how long does it take for you to learn the lessons? And guess what? Nobody doesn't need to learn the lessons. Like, we are not God. And we all need to learn the lessons. But I was so surprised. I was like, I can't believe that guy has an 84 IQ. That is amazing. I would never have known. It's weird. I listen to like people who have like 150 IQs and I'm like, you are stupid. But then I hear this guy who's like 84 IQ and he was like, that's weird. It's like, he was like looking at the stats and he was like reading it online live and he was like, saying like, this is lower than the vast majority of people in the United States. And like, but he was like making perfect sense of the information and it did not stop him at all from understanding himself. It was amazing. I'll never forget it. Like it hit me because I was like, wow, I went from going from like, wow, I didn't realize like people had such vast differentiations in abilities, to being like, we don't really, in the practical sense, in the specialized sense, then yeah, I mean, that's true. There's the best chess players in the world and not, but and there's the fastest runners and everything. There's vast differentiation in people at the extreme levels, but in terms of like, most people who are not disabled can run. How fast? Who knows? But like quicker than a walk, like it gets you from where you want to go to from where you are to where you want to go. And that's true of IQ too. But the problem is the macrochip. It's forcing us into unnatural constraints. And that really hurts you if you have a low IQ. It also really hurts you if you are, I mean, it really hurts us gender wise, which is hurting everybody. But it does seem to also really hurt you biologically if you have a high IQ. Because Elon Musk said this too. He's like, the higher IQ you have, the less likely you are to breed. It's like, okay, so who's being hurt by the macrochip? The guy who gets thrown in jail but has like 4 kids? Or the guy who, never had any children? Or, woman that never had any children. I mean, it's not really women's decision. Women, my mom didn't want any kids and wanted to just work the corporate life, and she was excelling at her job in the 80s, making more money than women usually made and stuff like that. She loved like the competitiveness of it, and then she met my dad and quit and had a bunch of kids, and like I have like there's like 5 of us. So that's what happens when like the right structure comes along. But it takes like a man who wants to do that and who is seen by that woman as a solid suitor. Like my mom turned down 2 proposals, I think, from people before my dad. I don't know how you propose to somebody and not know whether or not you're going to get a yes. You should probably definitely check that always, but that usually is done when people think that the relationship is failing and they're afraid that it's going to end, and they do it out of fear to like make sure that you're locked in forever. That's a bad idea. Don't propose when things are bad. But I mean, if she told 2 guys no and then told 1 guy yes, it means that women are selecting for men that they think are going to be good husbands and fathers. And if women don't want to settle down, it means that we aren't displaying to them whatever it is that their nature is waiting for to see that is a good husband and father. So, like, anyways, regardless, I'm going to tell that story about my fight like another night. But it's just midnight. My testosterone-fueled adolescence came and went peacefully since I was in a culture where violence was not commonplace. That's good for you. It was not peaceful for me, but I also will say like it wasn't gunfights, thank God. So, it was emotionally not peaceful, and it was pretty physically peaceful actually. Like I got into like a couple fights, but they were not serious in high school. I got into like 1 serious fight in college, but I was doing the right thing. I was trying to like, this guy was super drunk and trying to like harass women, and I was like trying to lure him away and to my bouncer friends, and with the I'll just tell the story and then I'll get off. So, when I was in college, I was at bars with my friends, and I left because I got a phone call and it was really late. It was like, I don't know, so after 1:30, and the bars close at 2, but they don't let anybody in after 1:30. So I left the bar and tried to get back in. They wouldn't let me in. So I was like, okay, I'll go, walk around. And I was like pretty tipsy, but I wasn't like hammered. And I was like, I'm going to go walk around, wait for my friends to come out of the bar. Walking around, and I see this guy at the corner, and he's just like grabbing on these women, and he clearly doesn't know them. Like he was like this big, super drunk, like native guy, and they were just like, who was much older than them, and like not much older, but he was probably like in his late 20s, and they were probably like early 20s. I don't think he wasn't a student, and they were students at the school. And so I went across the street and I was like, hey, what's going on? Like, and they were like, he won't leave us alone. Like he is like touching us. He's harassing us. And I was like, one of the things when you're really good at like, you understand combat a lot, like you try and avoid it at all costs. And so I did. And, I was like, listen, man, these girls aren't even worth it. Like, come to Collins with me, which was a bar that's like the hookup bar. That was just disgusting. But I knew friends of mine that were bouncers there, and they were big. And so my goal was to bring him over there so that there was bouncers, and then I could be like, hey, this guy is, super drunk. I'm going to go home. And I didn't even have to deal with it. And I am walking, and he comes with me. And I was like, don't even worry about these girls. These girls are nothing compared to the girls at Collins, man. Like, come with me to Collins. And they looked at me and they like mouthed. They were like, thank you. And they walked away, and he's walking with me. And as we're walking, he's like, I really don't like you. And I was like, why not, man? Like, we're going to Collins. Like, we're going to get these girls. And he's like, I really want to hit you in the face. And I was tipsy enough to like, I let my cockiness get like a little bit of the best of me. And I was like, you don't want to hit me in the face. And I said it like that, like in a condescending kind of way, like that would be bad for you. And he was bigger than me though, so he did not think that was like a warning worth heeding. And he was like, well, why not? And I realized I had just exacerbated the situation needlessly, and I tried to draw it back, and I was like, because it's not nice. It's not a nice thing to do, And it must have been like if this was recorded, it would have been one of the funniest scenes in a movie that's ever existed. And then he grabs me by the shirt and throws me up against a telephone pole. And I was like, oh shit, like I have made a bad decision. And we were literally like 50, 60 feet from Collins and the bouncers. And I did, I'm like, great, I didn't even make it. And so he grabs me and he raises his fist and it's coming at me. And I don't know if anybody here has seen Sherlock Holmes, like the movie with Robert Downey Jr. It was exactly like that. And I had gotten into fights before where I always ended the fights. I never started them, like, other than once in high school because somebody threw milk at me, but I told him I was going to hit him if he did that. And then he did it. But, like, he didn't hit me. But still, it's kind of similar. But it's not the same. I was in high school. I also, like, I don't know. Nobody really won, but I didn't. I'll say that. Like, nobody got hurt, but we both were just embarrassed and looked stupid. But this guy, he throws me up against a telephone pole. My entire world went into, like, slow-mo. And in my mind, I've never experienced this to this level ever. I remember my thought process was like, okay, I'm going to take his wrist that's grabbing me, and I did jujitsu, so, and I did, like, all of these other martial arts, but, like, jujitsu mainly, and I was like, I'm going to, do a wrist lock, and then I'm going to break his arm, and then I'm going to kick him in the face, and, like, I'm going to run. And then I was like, before his fist is, like, still just, like, slow motion, like, coming towards me, and I'm like, but wait, if I need to, like, distract him fast enough so that he, isn't super tense on my arm, and then I can break his arm, and then, kick him and run. And so I'm like, I'm going to punch him in the face to stun him for a second, and then break his arm immediately. And so then, as this is still happening in slow motion, I'm like, but if I hit him in the face, and it just pisses him off even more, and he hits me, and this doesn't go my way, and I end up just getting, like, the shit kicked out of me, or getting killed. Like, literally, this guy was bigger than me, and he just threw me into his telephone pole in the middle of the night. So, you don't know what's going to happen. And I was like, I need to make sure that I don't half-ass that punch. I need to throw every bit of my energy into that punch and hope it stuns him. And it did way more than stunning him. I literally, like, I parried away his punch and ducked it, and then came back up and, like, jumped into the punch and hit him square in the tooth. And I still have a scar, like, on my finger from this. And I knocked him out cold, like, just his entire body, like, went completely limp, and he just fell over and hit the ground and just started seizing on the ground. And I was kind of tipsy, like I said, and I was so angry that, like, this had happened, but I was also feeling, like, really, like, empowered. And so I looked at him and literally shrugged my arms and then my shoulders and, like, walked away. The only people that saw it, even though there was people all around, was, like, downtown, bars. It would happen so fast that only two people saw it. This couple that was like walking past us, and they walked past us right as he hit the ground. And I just hear the guy say like, "Holy shit, did you see that?" And I look over and I see like two cops like right, down the street. And I had started walking away from him, and I left him like seizing. And I probably walked like 20, 30 feet. And then I realized I can't leave this guy seizing on the side of the road. So I turned around and saw that two guys that, I don't know if they knew him or not, but they were also like big, Native American guys. They were carrying him, and they had like, one of them was under one arm, one of them was under the other arm, and his feet were just dragging. And I was like, okay, well, at least like somebody's got him, like, but he's not conscious yet. And I did check like the crime logs later to see if he was okay, because if he was not okay, it would have been like, guy dies after getting into a fight, like, suspect still at large. And so I checked to make sure that there was nothing reported like that, because I would have gone in. But, I would have liked to think that I would have gone in. Probably would have been very scared, and it would have taken me a little while to think about whether or not I've gone in. And trust me, it would have crossed my mind to not go in. But even though I did nothing wrong. But that's that fear that I'm talking about of like, sometimes you're like, I don't know what I should do. But I like saw my friends across the street after that, and I ran up to them. I was like, I just got in a fight. And they were like, this girl's like, is that why your hand's bleeding? And I was like, my hand's bleeding. And like, there's just like blood running down my hand because his tooth cut open my finger, and I didn't even feel it. And, but the next day my finger was like fractured. Like I fractured my finger on his face, but, and it hurt like hell the next day, but it didn't even feel it that night. It was crazy. It was like, fighting isn't something that you should look for, but as everybody that does martial arts has like that dream fight that like you kind of hope happens one day, but you also like don't look for it because of the potentiality for it to not go perfectly. But like it was perfect, and it was like for a noble cause, and that's good. I hope I never get into another fight. I will never get into a better fight than that unless somebody breaks into my house and threatens my family, in which case those people are not walking away from that fight, or they're not being dragged away either, only to recover. They're not recovering from that fight. And that is not a fight that I want to ever get into. Like last year, Pauline and I thought somebody was breaking into our house, and I was exhausted. We were moving at the time, and it sounded like somebody was breaking into our front door, and I think that there was a homeless guy on our front porch. I took my AR-15 and I stood at the top of the stairs, and I was like, I wasn't scared. You're not scared when you have an AR-15 and you're standing at the top of the stairs and you have the high ground, and they're like, have to come through a door. It doesn't matter what he comes through the door with. It doesn't matter if it's like 4 guys either. I'm gonna win. But I was so upset that this was about to happen, and I was gonna have to deal with this legally, and it was gonna upend my entire life. But I was, somebody busts down my door, like my fiance's there. I'm not going to just let them do what they want to do, whatever that is. So, I hope I'm never in another fight in my life. But that was definitely the best one I was ever in. Like, and there's probably only one other fight that I was ever in that was kind of like not just 2 guys being stupid in high school. And that was in college, and it was also for a good cause. Like 2 guys were fighting. It was Claudius, that guy who kept the reptiles, roommate, and like they were like bashing each other's heads into like the concrete walls, and there was like blood all over the walls, and I like jumped in and just like split up the fight. And the guy who was that guy's roommate actually was like a friend, not a friend of mine, but like I knew who he was. Didn't even know his name, but I knew who he was. We didn't have any issue, but I like pinned him to the ground and let the other guy like go, and he actually got arrested. But like I was like holding the guy, and I was like, "Are you good? Like, are you good?" And he was like, "I'm good." And I was like, I let go, and he punched me in the face out of like reflex, and I was like, "What?" And I choked him out because he was like kind of going a little wild. But then he woke up like 2 seconds later, and I had like walked down the hallway. I was like starting to walk away from the situation, and was fine. He came up to me and like later that night, and he's like, did you choke me out? Like somebody told me you choked me out. And I was like, yeah, dude, you punched me in the face. Like I was bleeding. Like he gave me a bloody nose. And and he was like, I'm sorry. And I was like, it's okay. But so it wasn't like the same kind of fight, but you know, it was just like it was still a fight. But yeah, fighting like is something that just is in some people's DNA, and like whether or not to get into a fight takes like wisdom more so than IQ to judge. And sometimes you don't have that much time to make decisions, and you make stupid decisions that instigate fights by being cocky or like, you know, I don't know. So those are my stories, but I'm gonna call it tonight. But I appreciate everybody being here. Again, hit the like button, subscribe, follow me on Instagram, Theory of Everyone, and you know, Tyler Marshall Goldstein, and then I have both of those. And then also I have a Twitter, you can follow me on there. And my website, sentientsingularity.com, is linked in the bio, in the description of this video. And I highly recommend you sign up for my email list, because until my social media platform gets made, which I will let that, I am working on that. Like that's not an idea that's just like an idea that, you know, I have and maybe it'll work. It'll, you know, end up being something I pursue. No, it's like too good of an idea to do that. Everybody has those ideas that it's like, it seems like a great idea, and then you buy the URL and then you never do anything with it. This is not that. But until that day, we got to worry about censorship. So please sign up for my email list. I won't spam you. Other than that, have a good one, and message me if you want to participate in the Discord conversation tomorrow. If there will be one, I will get on. I don't know what time it will be, but I'll let everybody know in the Discord. And if it's too late to have anything that's really like significant, then I'll probably do one on Sunday too. So that, peace, love, peace, and chicken grease. Yep, exactly. All right, night, everyone.